Buongiorno, sono Lodovico.
Good morning. My name is Lodovico Passerin. I am the president of Scientific Committee of Fondazione Courmayeur. Thank you very much. Thank you to the speakers and to all those who are connected. And I have seen there are many of you. Fondazione Courmayeur has launched in 2021 the 3-year study project on the environment, sustainability, circular economy with the scientific cooperation of Massimo Santarelli, professor at the Politecnico of Turin, and with the help of Compagnia Valdostana, delle Acque, Compagnie Valdôtaine des Eaux. Today's webinar is the 3rd meeting that we hold after the webinar on May 25th, last May, on the energy transition and transformation of processes, international trends and analysis of the scenarios in the Aosta Valley, and after the meeting on August the 1st on how to go back to living within the limits of the planet with the opportunities for Italy within the European package. The Foundation has been following environmental topics which are now at the core of the international attention since 1983. The important resources that we have at the European and national level require, for an effective use, higher and higher levels of knowledge suited to the evolution of phenomena. The objective of the 3-year project is, in cooperation with the regional offices and the Compagnie Valdôtaine des Eaux, to get to know the opportunities for our region. The webinar, The Future of Energy, an analysis from international stakeholders, is the natural evolution of the meeting of May 25th. After looking at the state of the art in the Aosta Valley, today we are going to look at the situation and development trends at the international level. The goal for today is to discuss with experts about namely the most important companies in the sector. We're going to look at the macro trends of energy transition at the global level. This is going to give us a context to then carry out local discussions. I would like to thank the Autonomous Region Valle d'Aosta for the fundamental support and Professor Santarelli, who is really giving a fundamental contribution to the success of this initiative. I thank the Compagnie Valdôtaine des Eaux. I would like to thank the important speakers and all the representatives from Fondazione Courmayeur. The first novelty in the 3-year project on the environment, sustainability and circular economy. I mean, the process is going according to plan. We have seen a lot of interest from public administrators and the professionals in the field. We are committed to developing the project in future years as well, in order to contribute to a sustainable environmental and cultural growth of our beloved region. I wish you all a very successful day, and now happy to give the floor to Professor Santarelli, who is going to chair the works for today. Thank you very much. Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Thank you, Lodovico. Well, I would like to start by thanking Fondazione Courmayeur and Lodovico Passerin for the organization of these events and for giving me the opportunity to organize these meetings, which I believe are of very high level. Today's meeting in particular is extremely important because it is going to look at the international scenario. So we are going to have international speakers and analysts. I believe this is a great opportunity to look at the trends, not only in the Aosta Valley and in Italy, but we are going to look at the European and the world situation. We're going to hear from the United States in particular. I am a professor at the Politecnico of Turin, and I also work for other universities. I cooperate with universities in Europe and in the United States. I work on scientific research in the field of chemical processes and thermocatalytics, but let's say that I focus on the field of energy and its transformation. The current time is particularly lively and important because the energy transition is something that we are all seeing. We as researchers know how important it is, but companies as well are very much aware of the importance of energy transition. Citizens as well feel that the topic is now at the core of the transformation we're going through. The paradigms of energy are changing because of the impact it has on climate. So we are at a time of transition that is critical for everyone. I would like to make a brief introduction before giving the floor to the international speakers and analysts that we have today. So I would like to share a few slides to introduce the topic and give you some context for today's discussions. So I am going to share my screen now. And I hope that you can all see my presentation. So today's webinar focuses on the future of energy. And in particular, we're going to hear the analysis from international stakeholders. So the view is truly global. Let's start to give some context. Energy transition is something very complex, which includes several elements. It is a puzzle that has to be managed in the best possible way. It is a complex puzzle because it includes basic sources of energy. Transition, of course, is a process. It's not just one event. It is a process, a passage, a transition over time towards an increase of renewable sources of energy in terms of production and storage in particular, because as we know, most of these energy sources are in a flow form. They're not in stock form as it happens with fossil fuels. This is all related to decarbonization. So we talk about CO2 mitigation and reutilization, because these emissions contain carbon which might be reused in a circular manner. What is important is that we don't emit excess carbon. The reutilization is part of a possible circular approach. The trends, as we will see, are quite clear. We're going towards electrification. Electrification is a general trend. It is connected to the main form of renewables, solar, wind power. It's mainly produce electric power. But this also goes hand in hand towards with an electrification of end uses. Electricity might take on an even more important role. Heating, for instance, could be based on electricity in future. So electrification covers both the sources of energy and end uses. I've included hydrogen as well in this slide. This is something I work on a lot, and it is a complementary approach. Hydrogen is not in contrast with electrification. It wouldn't make any sense. It is a complementary solution. Decarbonized fluids such as hydrogens are a complement electrification in the hard to abate sectors. The idea is to get to circular economy as much as possible. Many technologies also use non-conventional materials. Some types of catalyzers are not that used to find. So this circular approach was important in the past as well, but is becoming even more important once we use very precious materials. Now, energy transition, why? When we look at slides, it's always quite catastrophic. But my aim is not to scare you, of course, but this is something that we are seeing. Extreme events are happening. These are some pictures from events that happened in Europe, and they are quite extreme. We see floods in Italy, the coastal erosion in Norfolk in England, and the snowstorm in Madrid. This is something that we're all aware of. This happened in January 2021. We are talking about now. It's quite recent. This was a snowstorm in central Spain. These are not normal events, or at least they were not normal up until 10 years ago. In the United States, things are even more extreme. We can see here events in Canada. This is a landslide in Canada. We've seen floodings in New Orleans. But what is even more impacting, let's see here, the snowstorm in Austin, in Texas. I mean, we certainly do not associate Texas to snow. People who are not even used to handling snow, wearing a poncho in Texas, and once again, a flood in the northern shore of Vancouver. Now let's get closer to home. These are some photographs that show the evolution of ice in the La Tuile area, and you can see how the stable coverage of snow has been reduced. We can see the huge change since 1992 until now. I love the mountains. I often go to the mountains here in the Aosta Valley, and we all see what is happening on our mountains, how the glaciers are changing. Also on Mont Blanc, some areas of the world are more severely hit by these climate events. As we all know, such as the poles, but even mountain alpine areas are hardly hit by climate change. Starting from now, we need to think of mitigation. We have to prevent and mitigate, as the COP26 also mentioned last month in Glasgow. We must become aware that these events are going to hit us all. It's not something that is limited to some small island in the Pacific. This is something that hits the Alps as well, with effects on the economy too. We know that the economy in the Aosta Valley is also linked to the availability of snow. Now, in this context, we are trying to do something. Europe, in particular, has always paid particular attention to the management of these processes. And in the last 2 years, and especially this year, the European Union has launched a rather ambitious policy towards the management and aimed at the management of the use and production of energy in order to mitigate climate change. The Fit for 55 package, we all know it, has some quite astonishing aspects. What is the goal? The goal is to reduce by 55% the climate changing emissions by 2050. In fact, 2030, and then get to zero emissions in 2050. So in Europe, the goal is to eliminate all CO2 emissions, all CO2 net emissions by 2050, which is quite ambitious. But what strikes us the most is that the plan is to ban the sale of petrol and diesel vehicles by 2035. This is mainly linked to the type of fuel. It's not really about the engine. So it's not about stopping combustion engines, even though I'm not a particular fan of combustion because I believe it is a very primitive way of using energy, but that's just my personal opinion. But the idea is not to stop combustion engines. The idea is to decarbonize the fuels that are used to feed powertrains. Hydrogen, for instance, could be burned as well because it is a decarbonized fuel by itself. It is a molecule that doesn't contain any carbon. So the stop to petrol and diesel cars is a stop to certain fuels, not to certain engines. And this is something that should be highlighted. An important measure also in political terms is the carbon mitigation initiative that has to do with the management of imported products when it comes to their content of carbon. So the idea is to put a carbon tax on products that are imported and that are polluting. I mean, of course, I've simplified the idea, but this is more or less what it is all about. Another very peculiar aspect is the extension of the emission trading systems to further sectors. At the moment, industrial sectors are mainly covered, but now the system will be extended to transport and housing too. This is a very radical measure. It will be interesting to listen to our guests so that we can hear from Stefano Raimondi from the Ministry for Ecological Transition. So will tell us about Italy, but it will be interesting to hear from international analysts as well to see what is happening in Europe and in the United States. Now, all of this is also related to an economic management. A large quantity of investments are planned in the field of energy to support the transition, the green transition. You see, the figure is quite high, 60 billion euro for measures aimed at the green transition, the ecological transition. This is pushing the economy. So all of this should not be seen negatively, because in fact, this is revitalizing some parts of our economy. We met last time in summer. In the meantime, we had the COP26 in Glasgow. Newspapers talked a lot about it, and we all read that the set goals, the goals that were hopeful, haven't really been reached, but some progress has been achieved. A first commitment was made to contain the increase of temperatures within 1.5 Celsius degrees and not 2. This was the previous goal. So now it's 1.5 Celsius degrees. The main measure is a fade out of carbon-based energies. This fade out will start from the most advanced Western economies, and then gradually it will expand to other economies as well. India fought to keep the 2060 deadline. I mean, we all know that for growing countries with a big population like India cannot immediately shift to renewables. It is going to take time. We as Westerners have been using fossil fuels for 150 years. We cannot expect such an abrupt change from rapidly industrializing countries. The debate is very heated on this, but of course, again, we will hear from our experts.
So steps forward have been taken in terms of climate, in terms of finance, in terms of collaboration, and that plays a key role. Of course, climate change is not a local challenge, it's a global challenge. Well, as I was saying, Well, this is certainly driving the economy. So many opportunities open up in the value chain as far as energy is concerned, and climate too. Clean energy generation, transmission and distribution, energy storage, energy accumulation. Of course, the management of these energy sources require storage. I mentioned electrification, but there are other final uses too. On the industrial side, we're now considering the use of other fuels. So all this truly driving the economy in a disruptive way. And I will say that in addition to conventional research, well, we are collaborating collaboration with the industry is increasing in an exponential way. Clearly, the industry understands that this may truly lead to disruptive changes, also in terms of job generation. Well, during these 3 years of seminars, we want, of course, to focus on what's happening globally and consider it as an opportunity, especially for a region like the Aosta Valley, such a particular context, a region that has a very high sustainability potential. It's already very sustainable, but it can become more so in every sector. It can rely on many renewable energy sources, hydroelectricity, for sure. It's an alpine region, and therefore people are naturally environmentally friendly. And we have to grasp this opportunity, both in terms of local sustainability and also in terms of developing, driving innovation models that can be exported elsewhere, outside the region and the local community. So this is the ambition of this series of seminars of Fondazione Courmayeur, to stir the debate. And now, today, we are going to listen from our authoritative speakers what's happening in the international scenario and what best practices may be taken. So today, we're going to tackle international development trends. So we really wanted to emerge from the regional borders and really open a window on the world thanks to very, very expert speakers. So in the morning, we're going to have energy analysts. We'll quickly scroll the agenda. And in the afternoon, we'll give the floor to the companies that are more active in this transition. Typically strategic companies that are taking transition very seriously, for example, Energy Green Power and SNAM. And so we'll hear the perspective also of a petrochemical company. And finally, C.V.A., a company based in the Aosta Valley that wants to expand and has a huge potential for innovation. And the management is truly very, very expert and committed to this vision. So I'm coming to a close in my introduction. We're now reviewing the agenda. So we'll begin with Mr. Stefano Raimondi, a very authoritative with a very authoritative role at national level, Director of Division 6, New Technologies and Research in the Energy Sector, Minister for the ecological transition. So that there are changes in progress in institutional terms too. So we'll begin with a national view, and then we'll expand it, considering the perspective of two very important international bodies, the International Energy Agency, as well as the IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency. So they'll broaden the perspective at a global level. So Uwe Remme, Ulrike Lehr, Head of Socioeconomic Unit of IRENA, International Renewable Energy Agency, will focus more on renewable energy. I'm very close to IRENA since I collaborate with them for policymakers. And finally, it's truly a pleasure for me to host Professor Jack Brower, Director of the National Fuel Cell Research Center of the University of California. In addition to being a fundamental researcher, as I am, a highly appreciated one, he's an expert of transition globally and especially in the US. So he participates in all US meetings in that respect. He's a friend, and I'm very happy that he accepted to participate in this seminar. Well, considering that he's going to present in the middle of the night. So let me thank him from the heart. So the whole session, I mean, each speaker, of course, will have some time to present, and then there'll be questions and answers for each speaker. I might begin to break the ice. However, participants in this seminar are warmly invited to ask questions. And then we'll close with the round table at 12:30 with four speakers exchanging views on a topic that I'm going to offer. So the panel will close the morning. After the second speaker, we'll stop for a short break. So as to, yes, to rest a little bit. The afternoon session will follow the same lines. We'll have the vision of the business world. Nicola Rossi will be the third speaker. He's head of innovation policies of Enel Green Power. I don't think I need to add any comment or any description. He'll be followed by Pierre-Emmanuel Hickel, head of innovation of Total Energies from Paris. So it'll be extremely interesting to see how a petrochemical company is evolving its vision. And then we'll move to a very active company with Riccardo Bernabei, head of origination and project delivery of SNAM, Hydrogen Business Unit. And finally, we'll give the floor to a friend and colleague, Professor Marco Cantamessa, who's a Polytechnic professor and also president of C.V.A. It's a local company, but with a huge development potential during the transition. And at 5, we'll have another panel with the speakers involved in a debate. So let me close my introductory presentation and give the floor to Stefano Raimondi of the Minister for Ecological Transition. The mic to Mr. Raimondi. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Santarelli. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank the organizers for this opportunity and my congratulations, of course, for the ambition of this conference. Let me share with you my presentation. My name is Stefano Raimondi. I hope I'm sharing my screen. I'm in charge of research and development, formally for the Minister for Economic Development, but since 3 months, we are under the Minister for Ecological Transition, but I'm still involved in the same kind of research and subject matter. We've also been dealing with hydrogen, and so since a few years, and so I'm also involved in the hydrogen cluster, and in the past few months in the PNNR. So let me share with you the Italian experience and also an international perspective, since this is certainly going to be a good starting point to tackle the relevant challenges, not just in energy terms, but also in a broader scenario, which is related to our development model. So let me tie on what was previously said to tackle the holistic aspects of the energy transition. Let's begin from Europe. Well, Italy is, of course, very profoundly involved in the European strategy and shares the European main targets. So we want to aim at a more shared society where transport can reach a nearly zero emission contribution, a Europe where an economy still based on fossil fuels will be gradually replaced by renewable energies and so-called clean energies. Well, of course, that means changing the industrial model, changing the social model of our society. And well, this plays a very important role because it's not just about technological output. It's about awareness about the environment, awareness that should be raised, expanded. And it's a model that can be exported, that can be shared. Well, of course, we should also pay attention to geopolitical connections in terms of fossil energy trading. In the past few years, there has been an exponential growth of gas, for instance, and deep fractures, and not just in Italian and European economies, but also at a global level. Of course, there's room for recovery, and Europe pays great attention to that. So this is our European vision that, as I said before, Italy fully endorses. Now let's take a step back and take a closer look at the European context, going back to glaciers, erosion, and natural disasters, floods. Well, all this created a sense of the urgency to act. And Europe stepped up remarkably. In July 2020, Europe approved the new European hydrogen strategy. And that's a very important step, since it stimulated the debate in the industry, in public institutions, and also in the social realm, so as to see how everyone can contribute to this energy transition. So we said that hydrogen can store energy, it can be utilized in different areas, in different industries. However, hydrogen should not compete with other carriers. So I'm referring to technological neutrality. So there shouldn't be a party in favor of an energy source and a party against it. We should consider the intrinsic strength of each energy source, its chemical and physical properties, and see how they can be integrated. And in this sense, hydrogen could certainly play a very important role. The Ministry for Economic Development in Italy already published its hydrogen strategy, and we're now finalizing the strategy for the next few years, and I'm sure it'll come to its final stage in the next few weeks and months. So there's an economic aspect, an industrial aspect, a social aspect, and well, the document tries to unify all these components. Well, this is occurring against a very lively background in Europe aimed at improving specific directives. For example, Fit for 55. In just a few days, we'll see a new directive on gas and get an update on hydrogen. Well, of course, Italy in this scenario is well advanced, starting with its goal, reached in 2019. Italy is in line with the set objectives, but that's not enough. At the ministry, we are updating it, and against this background of continuous improvement and update of regulatory tools, of the regulatory framework, activities will step up more and more. And hydrogen plays a key role in this reform context. Of course, green hydrogen, talking about renewable energy sources, and it may even accelerate this process, especially in specific sectors.
We have talked about some sectors that consume particular high quantity of energy. And here, hydrogen doesn't really have many competitors. So it is extremely important, and we will see it later. Now, how does Italy get to this change of paradigm? Well, in order to produce green hydrogen, as you all know, it is necessary to have a growth of renewables and of the entire system. And you also need networks that are more efficient. We will see the rationale of the growth plan recently launched in Italy. Now, as you heard, the green transition is about 37% of all investments. So a lot of attention is paid to the update of the energy system and the change of the energy mix. But as you can see, there are several measures on also digitalization, education, and research. That is to say, preparing new generations that can take the lead in managing key sectors. And of course, mobility and social inclusion and cohesion are also areas where investments are needed, as well as health. We mentioned the 50 billion, in fact, 60 billion, about 60 billion earmarked for the green revolution. How is this money going to be used? Here I am going to show the amount that will be invested in the energy sector. This amounts for a large percentage of these investments, and most of the money will go to sustainable transport, sustainable mobility. This is a key sector for Italy. We are in need to restructure the transport sector. Also, about 6 billion are targeted for renewables. Investments are aimed at systems and offshore plants, but also new forms of production and consumption at the local level. So the so-called energy communities, which are a way to share energy consumption. Our government is focusing a lot on this approach in order to put less pressure on the grid and to promote a sustainable local system. Some investments are targeted towards digitalization as well. In Italy, we will soon reach 1 million renewable energy production systems. In order to manage these many plants, needs an update and a complex digitalized management. So this requires some updating to ensure smooth consumption, but also to ensure greater resilience in case of adverse atmospheric events. Hydrogen is a residual yet very important part. About 3.2 billion euro are dedicated to hydrogen in particular, while 2 billion are earmarked for strategic value chains. The idea is to invest in machines that transform electric power into hydrogen to promote this kind of development and progress. What are the main steps that the Italian government have envisaged? Well, they've developed a roadmap to create the right conditions and the right interest from users and companies as well to get to develop a green hydrogen market. So the roadmap aims at starting a mechanism to achieve effective outputs and outcomes as well. The government, the ministry, is starting from the opportunity we now have with the growth and reconstruction plan. This is an opportunity that we need to seize and exploit as fast as possible and as effectively as possible. So we started from this recovery fund, the growth and recovery fund, and working based on the experience that we already have with renewables and methane as well. Of course, one important part of the government's plan is security, and several activities have already been launched to update ministerial decrees on the regulatory aspects related to hydrogen. So we need the right and supporting legal measures. We need the right regulatory context, which didn't exist. Sometimes we forget that the recovery fund, of course, entails investments, but the regulatory aspect is also extremely important. We will talk about it in greater detail later. A second point in the plan has to do with supporting measures. These are being studied, these are being developed. We are cooperating with institutions and companies to try and see what the most effective innovative supporting measures can be to fill the gap between and to shift from fossil fuels to green hydrogen. Let's take a step back again. The regulatory work has to be accompanied by investments, of course. And what are the investments that have already been decided? Where are they going? Well, they're going to those areas where hydrogen can be used without a great effort. So basically the transport sector, the heavy transport sector in particular, we will see an example as well. So together with the Ministry for Sustainable Mobility, we are planning the creation of a first national hydrogen grid in Italy. Till 2023, about 40 refueling stations will be set up. This is also part of the Fit for 55 plan, but this is a way to create the right infrastructures to then allow heavy trucks, heavy vehicles, which are highly polluting, to use hydrogen, thus meeting the needs of large companies that produce heavy trucks. Starting from 2024, hydrogen-run heavy vehicles will become more common, thanks also to the infrastructure that will be developed. This is a very important sector. Also, we are working on railway mobility. About 30% of railway lines in Italy still run on diesel. And together with the Ministry for Sustainable Transport, we have funded the first 6 railway lines to introduce hydrogen. Of course, this is not going to solve the entire problem, but it's a very important step, because based on this experience, we will then try and feed the bus fleet with hydrogen. The government has been very smart and clever, because we are now at an historical phase where we have an availability of funds to renew the fleets of the most important players in this sector. We also need to look at other areas in addition to transport where hydrogen can be used more easily. So we need to look at the more mature sectors. And there are some areas which are particularly interesting. First of all, the brownfield sites. It's basically, the idea is to recover brownfield sites to create areas for the production of green hydrogen. So the idea is to create some hydrogen valleys. We have one of the first ones in Bolzano. So this is the result also of studies carried out with the Politecnico of Milan and of local, national and international institutions. So the goal is to recover these brownfield sites to give them a second life, namely for the production of green hydrogen. This is part of a vision that is looking for a very granular use of the local territory. Let's say that the idea is to make sure that hydrogen is produced as close as possible to the companies that will need to use it. So the approach is one of granularity. Hydrogen doesn't only have implications for energy, but I believe that the use of hydrogen can also ensure a greater quality of the air that we breathe in cities, in particular in Turin, in Verona, in Trieste. There are big problems when it comes to air quality. Maybe you in the Aosta Valley up in the mountains don't feel this problem that much, but in Italy we do have these air quality issues that then have repercussions on the health of citizens and on the health systems at large. So we are trying to work on hydrogen valleys. As I said, these are local, regional initiatives, but at the same time, we need to work on large companies, steel producers, refineries, etc. These companies work at very high temperatures during their production processes, above 1000 Celsius degrees. So the government is focusing a lot on these sectors, on these industries. The idea is to preserve and maintain the industrial fabric of Italy. You might know that Italy is the second manufacturing country in Europe. So first of all, we need to keep alive and to preserve the industrial fabric, the industrial texture of Italy, to also ensure the right distribution of economic activities and income. We need to preserve the ability of Italy to be competitive internationally, but we need to ensure this green transition as well. So how are we approaching this? First of all, with the use of electrolyzers, which are devices that produce hydrogen from electricity, as I mentioned before, and a lot of attention is also given to research. The idea has been accepted that in order to work on hydrogen, it is important to deepen the research on processes, materials, and new technologies to abate costs and also to accelerate the competitiveness of Italy. It is also important to work on critical materials. As Professor Santarelli mentioned, this is something that deserves a lot of attention so that we don't create the geopolitical unbalances that we have seen in the last decades of our history. What is interesting to see is how investments will be distributed. We can see it quite clearly from this graph. So we can see very clearly where investments are going and what the goals of the government are. So the idea is to promote the process of transformation, especially of large companies. I'll just mention one example. Ilva contributes by 10% to the emissions of CO2 of the entire production system. So it is very important for the government to work on Ilva, also because of the health implications. But we also need to find solutions for the ceramic sector, for instance, or for the glass sector, which is very important in some regions of Italy. We are the second producers of glass in Europe. There are sectors that can accelerate this process. So we need to include the production of green hydrogen in our economic structure. What are the main financial tools that we have? Well, this is a way to integrate the European funds. So we can integrate the recovery and resilience funds with other tools. The IPCEI and is a very important tool. More than 150 companies participate in this project of common European interest. And so there's a lot of awareness about the importance of this transition. The awareness is not just among citizens, but among companies and industry as well. We also have funds dedicated to hydrogen in particular. And then the mission innovation financial tools. These tools will support the transition. As ministry, we also work on the 3-year plan for research and innovation. So there is a perfect alignment, a perfect synergy between the structural activities of our strategies and the research activities carried out with the most important research centers and universities in Italy.
Well, here again, I'd like to share with you some examples to see how these strategies translate on a concrete plane. Well, I think in just a couple of years, we'll see some green corridors with refueling stations along the main traffic routes in Italy and in Europe. So between Bologna and Brenner, for example, and of course other routes like Venice, Turin, Venice, Trieste. So very important international mobility routes. And of course, ports and interports are included. So the main traffic nodes. Well, just think about it. Along the Bologna-Brenner, we have 1.5 million heavy trucks every year. So you can imagine the impact of a harmonization. The industry, manufacturers are ready, and they'll launch these new vehicles in the next few years. And this is, of course, very, very significant since we'll have the opportunity to implement a more and more sustainable mobility model. Well, this will have repercussion on the local plane too, through, for example, the introduction of hydrogen buses. Well, the National Mobility Plan is already envisaging it, and so there'll be a slow but incremental decarbonization of city centers that are very vulnerable in that respect. And thinking of cities like Rome and Venice, the existing pollution certainly do not help the tourist management of the city themselves, the cities themselves. And this is another example of our hydrogen strategy. It's based on 3 research national channels. There's a major contribution by universities and research centers, of course. And however, this evolution in terms of research investments has certainly changed some of the paradigms. So a different allocation and continuity based on a vertical integration of research activities and exploration of the potential of some research areas referred to a TRL, the maturity of technology from 1 to 3, and on the right-hand side, we refer to an acceleration of the most relevant technologies towards a fast industrialization of the technologies themselves with a view to decarbonization. And here I refer to hydrogen again playing a more and more important role. How to best use hydrogen? Well, of course, this is a very broad topic. It starts from the production of green and clean hydrogen, meaning low carbon intensity. So we need to explore and see how storage and transport can be improved. And as regards the future of sea and air transport will be related to the so-called synthetic fuels, methanol, ammonia, or not just to reduce marine pollution. You know that fuels for sea transport are highly polluting, but also to step up activities in very fragile marine parks, for example. Of course, there are economic repercussions too, and these repercussions shouldn't be neglected. The ability to develop the automotive industry. There's the automotive industry on the one hand, but also the residential sector, which plays an important role in terms of emission too. Of course, there is a whole range of technologies and critical materials and research on the best suited technologies. And in that respect, there's a specific investment for hydrogen. Well, of course, designing models for smart management is very important and move towards more advanced management models and artificial intelligence. So this is a market vision, i.e. to create the conditions for the fast introduction of this energy source to create an energy mix. And the two conditions are the supply chain for the production of green hydrogen, a strong support to the electrolyzer industry, and then on the other side of the value chain, of course, there's demand. So great attention should be paid to the metal and steel sector, the energy sector, and then, of course, heavy trucks and trains. And of course, at the core of it, there's market design. Whatever may step up investments or set rules or adopt tax measures, tax incentives, for example, all this can step up the whole strategy. So all this is key because, as we heard from Professor Santarelli, we're witnessing ETS, CO2 strategies at international level. So it's a very, very favorable time, despite a sort of paradox. On the one hand, we're in the middle of a pandemic, and on the other, we are discussing a very complex transition. Hence the role of international cooperation mentioned before. So what can be the role of it? Well, our experience is a very positive one because we think it can be an accelerator of technological processes. And there are opportunities to share other approaches to research with other countries. And this has enabled us to carry out tests in different environments for renewable energies and get a time saving, cost reduction, and find solutions that seemed unattainable for some time. So horizontal collaboration can truly enable us to develop further forms of collaboration and integration. Of course, Italy takes an active role. At a national level today, we'll also listen to the representative of the International Energy Agency and of the IRENA, but obviously we participate in Horizon 2020 and in all the European programs. Positive experience. Mission innovation. It was launched just the second phase just began a few months ago, and Italy, together with China and the UK, on the occasion of COP26, the government wanted to convey a very clear signal, since the green-powered future combines all the past strategies with digitalization. So the combination of these two elements enable us to set the conditions for a very strong hydrogen production, since we consider it the most significant trend. Now, what is the ambition? What is the mission? The ambition is to develop tools for variable renewable energy management up to 100% from here to 2030. These activities will be tested thanks to the collaboration of about 15 countries and also many other international institutions that are joining us with a view to testing a range of technologies in different geographies, geographical environments and climates. So against this backdrop of international cooperation, just a second, please. So we'll be able to share this experience at international level with the help of international organizations, so as to put at the disposal of less fortunate countries all this, since, as we saw in the first slide, so that this European vision can be shared internationally. This is so important, since the majority of emissions do not come from Europe. Of course, we all shoulder a big responsibility, but the type of trade-off that we can offer is, let's say, to make our experience available to others so as to avoid committing the same mistakes. So this is the vision of our government, of our ministries, and I think I'm afraid I have exceeded the time allotted to me. Thank you very much, and I'm at your disposal for questions. Well, congratulations for this very thorough presentation, including political and technical aspects too. Of course, technical aspects are particularly appreciated by myself, first and foremost. Well, Italy is certainly very strongly committed and sharing this commitment on a par with several other countries. I'm afraid there are so many questions. I don't need to break the ice. We don't have much time at our disposal. However, Ms. Lamberti, I can see her questions. She's not very convinced about the goodness of hydrogen. And then there's, I think, a statement which is perhaps not correct. And then electric vehicles, and what are the costs of hydrogen vehicles? Well, I'm not an expert of hydrogen vehicles and the cost of hydrogen vehicles. I know, I mean, that at the level of industrial research, well, it's not yet at the fully mature stage. I mean, the technology. What we can say is that there's no competition between electricity and hydrogen. Hydrogen is more addressed to heavy trucks, to marine transport, and of course, later on in the future, because of course we must consider the life cycle of ships and the need to let's say further improve the technology. However, the manufacturers of heavy trucks are very well focused on this. So the main players are focused on hydrogen. Of course, production costs are an issue. I think hydrogen in the next decade is bound to become one of the main goals, and Irena in particular is aiming at a cost of 2-3 euros per kilo. And well, this would be a highly competitive price compared to diesel fuels. And considering that as RTS transport is going to be, of course, included in emissions, well, this confirms the economic viability of hydrogen. Of course, in city centers, electricity may be better. However, in some segments, hydrogen can be applied too, so as to reduce fuel consumption. So in the next 10 years, when the time comes to replace current fleets, we'll see what is best. So I think was slightly lagging behind in this respect, and the industry is very interested in switching, let's say, because that can certainly lead to advantages in terms of decarbonization, but also in terms of refueling, for example. And here I would have to go into greater details. I think we'll get into a faster and faster penetration and into the awareness of the need for decarbonizing some very polluted areas. So there are many questions, and unfortunately we have no time to answer all of them. So they are, I mean, you may decide to interact with the chat.
But my mail is available. We are public officials, so of course I am available. stefano.raimondi@mise.gov.it. So of course, within my physical and human resources, I will try and answer all your questions. I'll be happy to do it. Okay, great. Thank you very much. And thank you also for sharing your email. It's many questions and it is impossible to pick one now. So now I would like to give the floor to the next speaker, and then Mr. Raimondi, we will see you again in the final panel in about half an hour. I'll try to. I am very busy today, but I'll try and be there. Thank you so much, and good luck for your activities. Now we can give the floor to our first English-speaking speaker. We're going to give the floor to one of the most important international institutions in the field of energy and energy transition. There's no need for introduction, really. It's great, the International Energy Agency. We're very happy to have Mr. Uwe Remme, who is head of Hydrogen and Alternative Fuels Unit for the International Energy Agency. And so I'm happy to give the floor to him.
Dr. Remme. So thank you, Dr. Remme, for having accepted my invitation to participate to this conference, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Santarelli, for the very kind introduction, and also for the opportunity to participate today at this very interesting seminar. Let me just share my screen. I hope you can see the slides.
Yes.
So great, thank you very much. So my presentation today, I would like to talk about the transition of the global energy system to net zero. So that's actually a report we released in May this year. And particularly, I would like to talk, of course, also what needs to happen by 2050. Or in 2050, but also how the energy system looks like, but also particularly also in the transition. How do we get there? Particularly focusing on the next decade. So by 2030, and I would also like to put this scenario of reaching net zero emissions by 2050 also in the context of other scenarios we've been developing. So particularly in terms of CO2 emissions, also reflecting what has been happening over the last months. If you look at the outcomes of the meeting in Glasgow. So to start, I will have a look at the CO2 emissions. And if you look at the development of CO2 emissions over the last 20 years, we've seen a continuous increase in global CO2 emissions. Also, there has been some plateauing around the 2010s. And we developed, if we looked at our scenarios our baseline scenarios that we developed before the Paris Climate Summit, we saw continued emission growth out to 2050. And it would actually have led to a catastrophic level of global warming of 3.5 degrees by 2100. And according to the IPCC 6 assessments report, an increase of 3.5 degrees in global warming would have devastating climate impacts. Professor Santarelli already mentioned at the beginning some of the potential climate impacts. And for example, 3.5 degrees could lead to devastating heat waves that would occur 5 times more than current heat waves. And there would these heat waves would also be more intense. So the maximum heat waves would be 4 degrees hotter than what we see today. And fortunately, we've seen a different picture emerging after the Paris Climate Summit, thanks to new policies, also technology cost reductions, and also the economic impact of the pandemic. In our so-called stated policy scenarios, we include all the latest legislated policies and also regulatory targets. But it doesn't include the announced net zero pledges made by countries, and also not the updated NDCs. And as you see in the STEP scenario, we see a peak in CO2 emissions in the 2020s, and afterwards a slow decline. And in terms of temperature increase, it means that in the stated policy scenarios, the temperature increase is 1 degree lower. So we see an increase of around 2.6 degrees by 2100. But they still will have some catastrophic climate impact. So still heat waves would be twice as frequent in 2050 compared to today. So even so, she would be pleased about the progress that we see based on the policies that have been already implemented by countries. we need to be realistic that without substantial scaled-up ambitions, we will still face unacceptable climate risks. Many countries over the last year or so have introduced or have announced net zero pledges, and we've also seen in the run-up to COP26 that around 120 countries have submitted or updated their NDCs, and this corresponds to around half of the global CO2 emissions. And we've incorporated, analyzed what are the implications of these net zero pledges and these new policy ambitions in the NDCs, and that's the so-called announced pledges scenario that you see here. And if these pledges are fully implemented, this will lead to substantial change in the emissions pathway compared to the stated policy scenarios. Emissions would again peak in the 2020s, but there would enter a decline afterwards. So by 2050, emissions would be about 40% below current levels. And for 200 years, since the Industrial Revolution, global fossil fuel emissions have always been increasing every decade. So in this announced pledges scenario by 2030, or the decade up to 2030 would represent the first decade that we see in history that emissions actually would have declined over a decade. And that's even despite the COVID pandemic effect of the COVID pandemic in 2020. And this would, in terms of temperature increase, the temperature increase we analyzed here could correspond to around 2.1 degrees by 2100. So would really put the world in striking distance to limit global temperature increase to below 2 degrees. We developed this announced pledges scenario in mid of October, and in the run-up to COP26, we've seen that many countries have announced net zero pledges or strengthened also their climate ambitions. So we really analyzed our announced pledges scenario. So it takes into account, for example, targets or announcements like India to strengthen their 2030 targets, also to reach net zero emissions by 2070. And it's not limited to CO2 alone. So it also includes, for example, the announcement of more than 100 countries to reduce methane emissions by 30% by 2030. And if you put all these additional announced policy targets and ambition into an updated announced pledges scenario, we see that the temperature increase actually could be below 2 degrees. So temperature increase would be, according to our analysis of this updated scenario, would be 1.8 degrees by 2100. And this is in a way very remarkable observations, and it would really mean that for the first time policy ambition would be sufficient enough to meet our climate goals to stay below 2 degrees. So what are the impacts of the scenarios on energy use? What you see are just some snapshots for different parts of the energy system for the stated policy scenarios. So there we still see an increased growth of global of energy demand over the next decade. For example, oil demand is recovering after the pandemic and reaching again the levels of 2019 in the year 2023. And by 2030, global oil demand would reach 103 million barrels per day. Natural gas demand is also recovering and is around 50% higher in 2030 than compared to today. And if you look at the generation of electricity from solar PV and wind, it's tripling over the next decade. And these two renewable electricity generation sources would cover 3/4 of the electricity demand growth that we see globally over the next decade. In the APS, in our announced pledges scenario, we see different development of energy use. So we see that oil demand, but also gas demand is peaking in the 2020s or in the early 2020s, out for oil demand. This is, of course, also driven by the reverse trends in oil use for vehicles. So we see there, thanks to the announcement of several countries, or 34 countries to be concrete, to stop the use or sale of internal combustion engine using fossil fuels by a certain date. And this is also mirrored by similar strategies on the industry side. And thanks to these policies, policy ambitions, the sales of EVs could reach 30% by 2030. Today, EV sales have a market share of around 5%. Also, gas demand, we see a decline after a peak, and it's driven particularly by the power sector, but also by decline in gas use in the building sector due to more stringent policies for existing and new buildings. And if we look at electricity generation from solar PV and wind, they are the new capacity additions. Of the annual new capacity additions could reach 470 gigawatt by 2030. That would be 50% more than in the stated policy scenarios. And the growth of solar PV and wind would be sufficient to meet or to keep up with the growth in global electricity demand. And the share of these two renewable electricity generation sources would reach 30% in 2030 compared to almost 10% of solar PV and wind in the global electricity mix today. So these are very positive, very positive developments that we see for the in our announced pledges scenario, but we still see that there's a substantial gap between what needs to be achieved if we want to reach net zero by 2050, as in our net zero emissions by 2050 scenario. And the gap is particularly large in the short term to 2030, as near-term action lags behind the pace seen in our net zero emissions scenario. In 2030, total CO emissions are in the announced pledge scenario 36 gigatons. That is 3 gigatons lower than in the STEP scenario. But it means that the announced pledges scenario closes only 20% of the gap between the stated policy scenario and the net zero emissions scenario, and leaves a total or absolute gap of still 40 gigatons that needs to be closed. Countries with pledges and those without are responsible for around half of this gap, and this means that all countries need to step up their ambition if we want to reach net zero emissions by 2050. In the longer term, the announced pledges scenario performs better. It closes around 40% of the emission gap that we have between the stated policies and the net zero emissions scenario in 2050. But overall, there's still the risk that that this delayed near-term action will put the net zero emissions scenario out of reach, and there's particularly the risk that much of the action is postponed after 2050, and at the same time, there's a risk that we have increased lock-in and fossil CO2 emissions, and also delaying action or speeding up the innovation of technologies that are needed after 2030 to reach our net zero emissions goal. In the following, I would like to particularly take a deep dive or focus on the developments in the net zero emissions scenario that we've developed. And I would like to start by comparing or looking at the putting the our NZE scenario in the context also of other scenarios. So what you see on this slide are also the scenarios of the 1.5 degree report of the IPCC. And there are overall 90 IPCC scenarios that have a 50% chance of limiting the long-term temperature increase to 1.5 degrees, but only 18 scenarios actually also reach net zero emissions in the energy and for energy-related CO2 emissions and industrial CO2 emissions by 2050. And what you see here is a comparison of these scenarios with our NZE scenario for different indicators. For example, if we look at CCUS, we see that the NZE is roughly half of the amounts are being captured compared to what is the average across these 18 IPC scenarios. Also, if we look at the creation of or the need for carbon dioxide removal in our NZE, we see negative emissions of almost 2 gigatons in 2050, while in the IPC scenarios, we see a range of 3.5 gigatons to 16 gigatons in 2050. If we look at hydrogen, actually there our scenario is higher. There we see a hydrogen demand of 33 exajoules in 2050, while the average of the IPCC scenarios is around 18 exajoules. And if you look at bioenergy, there, in the NZE scenario, we assume a phase out of traditional bioenergy use by 2030. And the remaining sustainable bioenergy use is around 100 exajoules in 2050. And there I would also like to stress that we don't assume an increased land use of agricultural land for bioenergy crops, and we're also not using forested land for crops. So that's just a comparison to illustrate a bit how the NZE scenario sits among other very ambitious scenarios of reaching net zero emissions by 2050. What are the energy implications if we look at the developments, particularly over the next decade of this scenario? So if we look again at solar PV and wind, there we've seen quadrupling of the capacities over the last decade. And this basically has to be replicated over the next decade, so that by 2030, new capacity additions of solar PV and wind reach 1,000 gigawatt in 2030, and wind and solar PV also reach then share of 40% in the global electricity generation mix by 2030. Achieving this means, for example, for solar PV, that the largest solar PV park that is operating in the world today, which is in India with a capacity of 2.2 gigawatts, basically needs to be added each year between today and 2050 if we want to reach the solar capacity additions of the NZE scenario. If we look at transport, particular EVs, or electric vehicles, there we see that the sales would need to increase by a factor 18 between today and 2030. This means that the sales of EV, which I mentioned as before, is today at around 5%, need to reach 60% by 2030. And finally, we shouldn't forget, of course, about energy efficiency. So boosting energy efficiency is key, particularly also that energy efficiency can also help to improve energy security. Even with rapid growth in low emissions power generation, the safest energy supply is actually the ones that we don't use. And many of the energy efficiency measures in buildings, in industry and transport can be put into effect and scale up very quickly. So the technologies or the measures, we know these, and they're available, and in many cases also already cost competitive. And so in the end, that we really try to front load many of these energy efficiency measures, and so that the energy intensity of global GDP declines by 4% every year between 2020 and 2030. And over the last years, we've seen improvement of 2% of the energy intensity globally. So we really have to also boost or increase or speed up the improvements or the deployment of energy efficiency measures if we want to put the global energy system in a pathway to reach net zero. And it's also important, if we look at the at the pathway of reaching a zero emissions, that it's also happening at a time when the global economy is growing. So in our NZE, we see an economic growth of 40% by 2030 and 100% growth of global GDP by 2050 compared to today. And also global population is growing by 2 billion people by 2050. At the same time, there is a huge investment need in clean energy technologies, rising to more than $4 trillion by 2030, or more than tripling compared to current levels. By 2030, annual investment in renewables in the electricity sector is around $1.3 trillion. That's more than the highest level ever spent on fossil fuel supply in the past. Investments in clean energy infrastructure are also increasing and tripling from $300 billion to $900 billion in 2030. And some of the largest increases in investments are seen in the end-use sectors. So consumers, businesses need to invest in deep retrofitting of buildings. They have to transform industrial processes, purchase new low-emission vehicles and more efficient appliances. And so spending in the end-use sectors for this clean technology jumps from $400 billion over recent years to around $1,700 billion in 2030. And we shouldn't also forget that a small but crucial investment needed for low-carbon fuels. We already saw in the previous presentation about hydrogen, but also biomethane and other low-carbon fuels will need to be deployed. Most of these increased investments will have to come from private sources, stimulated and mobilized by public policies to create incentives, to set appropriate regulatory frameworks, and to reform energy taxes. However, direct government financing is also important to boost development of new infrastructure projects and also to accelerate innovation in clean technologies. And these investments will also have created an economic boost for the global economy as it recovers from the pandemic. So, according to our estimate, in collaboration with the International Monetary Fund, global GDP growth over the next decade could be 0.4% higher over the next 10 years than, or each year over the next 10 years than in our stated policy scenario. And this will basically corresponds to adding the economy of Japan to the, or corresponds to the GDP of Japan being added by 2030. Just a quick look, of course, the investments will also have an impact on the creation of jobs. We estimate that the NZE scenario could create or could lead to additional jobs of 40 million in the electricity sector and low carbon fuel sectors. Today, globally, the employment in the energy sector is around 40 million jobs today. It's also, of course, also important that around 5 million jobs will be lost in fossil fuels, with over half in the coal mining sector, followed by oil and gas, particularly in upstream exploration. Most of these jobs are located close to fossil energy resources, and many of them are also well paid in the fossil industry, meaning that structural changes can cause shocks for local communities with impacts that persist over time. It will be important to minimize hardships of these structural changes for local communities, for example, by retraining workers and locating new clean energy facilities in those communities that are hardest affected by these changes. For example, many displaced workers could find new jobs in related industries, such as mining for critical minerals, like lithium, or in sectors like carbon capture, utilization and storage, in low emission fuels, also offshore wind industry, where many of the skills and expertise are similar to the one that we see in fossil fuel production. In addition, there will be 40 million new jobs being created in products that are critical to supporting decarbonization. So we talk, for example, about the car industry, so electric vehicles, appliances, and also construction sector and the industrial sector. And in total, we see an increase then of 30 million new jobs being created by 2030. And of course, these new workers will also need new training. The vast majority of these new jobs will be will have skill sets in medium to high-skilled positions. And also this means that a rapid expansion of training is needed in the form of secondary education, in the form of vocational programs, but also on-the-job training, as many of these workers will transfer from other sectors into this new growing job market. As mentioned earlier, we basically have all the technologies ready that we would need for the emission reductions by 2030 to put the world on track for reaching net zero emissions by 2050. For example, and we talked already about energy efficiency, but also renewable electricity generation and also electric vehicles. But a full transition to net zero emissions will also, there we also have to address emissions in other parts of the energy system. Particularly there we have to talk about emissions, tackling emissions in long distance transport, tackling emissions in heavy industries. And there we know the technologies that are needed by 2050 to reach net zero. But many of these technologies are not yet ready. Many of them are today still at demonstration or even prototype stage. And in 2050, almost half of the CO2 emission, as you see in this figure, would come from technologies that are not yet commercially available today. There are many technology options that could be helping that we need to develop by 2050. And many of them fall into the categories of bioenergy and CCUS, hydrogen, and electrification. Just to mention one of them, for example, advanced battery designs can provide a step change in the energy density of batteries in the future and also open the opportunity to further electrify, for example, electric trucks, to electrify parts of shipping and also parts of aviation, for example, short-haul flights in the future. In terms of policy action needed for governments, there we think that there are particularly two aspects that are important for innovation in the future. First, an increased impetus to innovation is needed by reprioritizing spending in clean energy R&D and also creating investment shock for demonstration projects. So we estimated that around $90 billion are needed to mobilize investments in a portfolio of new demonstration projects by 2030 to make sure that these early stage technologies are ready by 2050 when we need them to reach net zero emissions. And the second area is that we also have to bring international cooperation to a new height, accelerating innovation, deploying international standards and cooperating to scale up clean energy technologies need to be established in a way to link national markets. For example, one example here is if we talk about hydrogen, we have to establish or think also about creating international markets for hydrogen, creating international hydrogen supply chains. So their international cooperation will be important to reach net zero emissions. Let us turn now to, or quickly just energy security. And there would, of course, if we move to a net zero emission future, there will be benefits in terms of energy security. We're consuming less oil and gas, but the energy security risk will not totally disappear. Since most of the remaining production will be more concentrated in a few countries. So for example, for oil, we see or estimate that the OPEC share in global oil production in our net zero emission scenario could increase from 34% to more than 50% by 2050. And that's actually a share that we've never seen in the past in global oil markets. So of course, there's also then with fewer producers, additional supply risk or new supply risk emerging. There's also an increasing demand for critical minerals in the future, particularly linked to the electrification of some sectors like batteries, like solar PV, or generation of electricity like from solar PV and wind. And so we need their minerals like copper, cobalt, and various rare earth metals are needed. Overall, we estimate that by 2050, the demand of these metals could increase by a factor 7 compared to today. And current production and processing of many of these minerals is more geographically concentrated than in the case for oil and natural gas. And this could create new energy security concerns, including price volatilities, if supply cannot meet demand for these new minerals. And of course, if we talk about a system with a very much increasing share of renewables providing our electricity demand, we also have to ensure that the system can operate in a secure, reliable, and stable fashion. So we see the need that and flexibility needs of the electricity system have to increase by a factor of 4 between today and 2050. So there we have to move from dispatchable fossil-based generation, which provides flexibility today, to new measures like demand response, like battery storage, or also using dispatchable low-carbon electricity generation, for example, from hydropower, from bioenergy, from hydrogen or ammonia, or from fossil fuels in combination with CCUS. And that's a very quick look how the future electricity system looks like in our net zero emissions pathway. Here I would also would like to highlight that unabated fossil fuel production in the electricity sector is basically phased out by the year 2040, and that's very much linked to the phase out to coal in the electricity system. If we look at coal today, it is today the largest source of global CO2 emissions totally, including also industry. Coal accounts for 40% of global energy-related CO2 emissions today, and coal-fired power generation accounts for 30% of global energy CO2 emissions today. So addressing CO2 emissions in from coal-fired power plants one of the priorities if we want to reduce emissions. However, construction of new coal-fired power plants has been rising over the last decade, and with more new coal being added in the last decade than ever before. And looking forward, we see actually that 140 gigawatts of coal is currently under construction, and more than 3 times more plants are being planned. And while announced pledges would cancel out around 20% of these planned coal plants, still 350 gigawatts would be still built in our announced pledges scenario. But there are also opportunities to further reduce or phase out coal in the future. Many countries already have announced the phase out of coal in their national electricity systems, and also, for example, China announced to stop building new coal plants uproad, which could cancel off around 190 gigawatts of coal capacity in the future over the next 30 years. And this would correspond to CO2 reductions of around 20 gigatons by 2050. Just to put that number into perspective, the 20 gigatons correspond to around all the CO2 reduction that we see in our net zero scenario in the European Union between today and 2050. And this is addressing the CO2 emissions, or this is addressing CO2 emissions from new coal power plants. Of course, we also have to look at addressing CO2 emissions from existing coal power plants that are already in operation today. Today, we have around 9,000 coal power plants in operation in around 100 countries globally. And if we leave these emissions unchecked in the future, it would mean that global CO2 or cumulative CO2 emissions of these plants would reach 250 gigatons by 2050. So 250 gigatons corresponds already to half of the remaining carbon budget that we have in our net zero emission scenario, which is 500 gigatons. So of course, this is not a viable pathway if we continue using these coal-fired power plants. So measures to address these emissions from these plants, existing plants, can be retrofitting them with CCUS or co-firing with hydrogen or bioenergy. One can also repurposing these plants to focus more on providing system adequacy or reverse capacity and flexibility to the electricity system. And it is not unavoidable to also retire many of these plants early. So we estimate that around 150 gigawatt of coal capacity need to be retired early. Still, these existing sites at these retired coal-fired power plants could be used for new electricity installations, for example, for battery storage, since we already have the grid connection available at these existing brownfield sites. This is a very quick look at the developments that we see for hydrogen in our net zero emissions scenarios. So we see an increase of a factor 6 of global hydrogen production between today and 2050, while today the hydrogen production is almost exclusively based on fossil fuels, so natural gas and coal, which creates CO2 emissions of around 900 megatons, which corresponds to the CO2 emissions of Indonesia and the UK combined. We see in 2050 then that almost all of the hydrogen production is based on low carbon sources. So we see that around 60% of hydrogen production is coming from renewables and 40% is from fossil fuels in combination with CCUS. If you look at the demand for hydrogen, there hydrogen will be particularly important in sectors where direct electrification is difficult. So there we see hydrogen used, for example, in shipping in the form of ammonia, where hydrogen ammonia covers almost half of the global shipping fuel demand. In aviation, hydrogen covers 1/3 of global aviation fuel demand in 2050, and hydrogen is also important in industries. It's already being used today, and it remains important in the future, but then being produced from low carbon sources. And hydrogen can also help to decarbonize other heavy industry sectors, for example, like steel production. Having said that, I would also like to stress that hydrogen is not really a silver bullet. So it's an important part that we need to deploy to reach net zero emissions, but other pillars or other measures are of course also important. So CCUS, bioenergy, electrification, renewables, and it also becomes visible if we look at the total impact or the total demand of hydrogen. So hydrogen in our net zero emission scenario accounts for 10% of final energy demand, and if you compare that to electrification of the global final energy demand, electrification reaches a share of 50% in the final energy demand. So we see basically that we need both, as also mentioned by previous speakers, that hydrogen needs to complement electrification of the energy system. Coming to the end of my presentation, I would like to highlight that there are additional benefits related to the transition to a net zero energy system. So what you see here is basically that there's also growing market share for market opportunities in the deployment of wind turbines, solar panels, batteries, electrolyzers, and fuel cells. And we estimate that the market size of these 5 technology areas combined could reach a market volume similar to the one of the global oil market today. And these market opportunities are not limited to the electrification of the energy system. For example, we also see that low carbon fuels, so hydrogen, biomethane, could reach a market volume in 2050 that corresponds to half of the global natural gas market today. So there are additional benefits of transitioning to a net zero energy system. I already mentioned before the increase in global GDP, but this also then translates into the developments on new market opportunities for companies and industry. So to conclude my presentation, I would also highlight or stress that, of course, if we talk about net zero emissions by 2050, we should not only focus on the net zero target to achieve in 2050, but also in the milestones and policies that are needed along the way by to reach the targets in 2050. And the transition to net zero emissions will come with many of these milestones along the way. So here you see for the global scenario, we estimated that around 400. We identified 400 milestones from technology innovation, technology deployment, but also policy needs. And of course, every country has its very own circumstances and will make its own plans to reach net zero emissions, and will then also have its dedicated or its specific milestones. But I would just highlight some of these milestones that we see on a global level to illustrate also the pace and the scale of the changes needed. So I already talked about hydrogen. So there we see a global demand of low carbon hydrogen reaching 150 megatons in 2030, and global electrolyzer capacity reaches 850 gigawatts. Just to put that number, that 850 gigawatts into perspective today, the global electrolyzer capacity is 0.3 gigawatts. So we really need a massive scale up in the deployment of electrolyzers if we want to reach this amount in 2030. The positive news is that we see many new projects, or many projects have been announced that could reach by 2030 already 90 gigawatts of global electrolyzer capacity. Of course, more projects will be announced between today and 2030 in addition to this 90 gigawatts, so that this 90 gigawatts could be already a stepping stone in reaching the 2030 target of 850 gigawatts. If you look at the power sector, I already mentioned that coal-fired power generation is phased out by 2040, and that also means that the power sector reaches net zero emissions by 2040 globally, and in advanced economies already in 2035. And if you look at renewable electricity generation, so solar PV and wind would account for 70% of global electricity generation in 2050. And overall, renewables provide 90% of global electricity generation in 2050 in the global electricity system. So let's highlight just a few of these milestones along the way, how one can reach net zero emissions by 2050. Of course, the pathway is extremely ambitious, and action, as I said before, is not only needed in 2050 if we want to reach these targets, but really have to start now to put the world on track to reach a net zero emissions pathway. And I guess I will stop here, and thank you very much for your attention, and looking forward to the discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. M. Thank you very much for this, huge presentation. There are so many inputs in your presentation that we could, I think, discuss for a couple of hours at minimum. And unfortunately, we don't have too much time for a question now, but we will be the panel later that we will have a little more time. Anyway, just a very rapid comment from my point of view. I've noticed with pleasure the discussion about the skills which are needed for the transition, the new technology. So very high-level skills like PhD. So the importance of the competence is really put in evidence. And I observe also in the student, the new generation, that we are considering a lot to become more competitive in terms of competencies in the market. And this is a good point. This new technology needs skills. So this is a good aspect. And apart from my comment, at least we can have one question. There are several. There are several questions, but I can select one maybe, because it's in some way related to one of your points about the creation of new jobs. Because it's true that this new technology can generate a lot of new opportunity, but there are some concern about what happens to the old skills, the present technologies. For example, we know that compared to a classical internal combustion engine powertrain, the electrified powertrain or the hydrogen powertrain basically has a little less of the auxiliary components compared to the complexity of an internal combustion engine, which is better from the point of view of the energy transformation, of course, we know. But from the point of view of some companies, probably this can be problematic. So basically, the question from Ezioropoli is jobs that you have shown, calculated just for energy sector, but what about the fallout in other industrial sector, or in the, let's say, in the all the skills that have been used so far? Well, you have some data and your personal opinion about this?
Yeah, we see actually the largest job losses really in the fossil fuel supply. So that we see it in coal mining globally, that half of the 5 million job losses that I showed were actually linked to coal mining sector. Also, the other parts largely to the oil and gas production. And there we actually see the opportunity that there are skill sets in these sectors, coal mining, but also oil and gas industry, that could be quite valuable in other parts of sectors. So we talk there about, for example, offshore industry. If we talk about oil and gas production, or offshore oil and gas production could move to offshore industries. We skill sets that would be important. Mining, I mentioned mining of critical minerals. Also, if you think about CCUS and hydrogen, so there again, industries like the oil and gas industry have experience in handling gases. So there could be kind of opportunities of transition some of these workers from these old industries or fossil industries to these new industries, and in manufacturing, of course. I mean, the skill sets of some vocational training might be needed. Let's say workers that you have been using on combustion engines, if they really, let's say, move into new manufacturing processes, like if you talk about fuel cells. But I guess if these workers are well trained, I mean, there could be opportunities, because also the companies themselves, like car manufacturers, also have to reposition themselves if they want to move from combustion engines to fuel cells, and then don't necessarily will completely change their workforce. It might be rather they also look into training with their workers for these new technologies.
Yeah, thank you, Uwe. Yeah, I agree. Especially there is a repositioning of a lot of companies. We receive a lot of requests to dedicate some educational training for engineers, not for students, for people already in the companies, but that needs to have new skills, to generate new skills for this type of new technologies. These, I think, the companies are already consider this as a necessity, and this generate, I think, will generate a positive effect in the global sector, also in the what we call old companies, and so I think will be a very positive period for job creation in the coming 10 and even more years. And so thank you, Uwe. I think that at the moment we have to stop for the moment, and we can have a break, not too long. So we can meet again in the final panel at 12:30. So thank you again. I really appreciate. And for all the audience, I think we can have a break of let's say 10 minutes. If you agree, we can reconvene at 11:15. So in 10 minutes from now. So at 11:15, I will take again the microphone. I will give the microphone to the Ulrike Lehr from IRENA. Thank you. So good morning again, and yeah, just in time. And so we can start with the second part of the morning after the short break. So far it's been extremely interesting from my point of view, the analysis from both Italian level and especially the global level, I can say, from IEA. And now we move, we still remain at the global level, so at the international scale, which was my idea for this seminar today. And so it's really my pleasure, and I thanks again Ulrike Lehr to have accepted the invitation to this seminar, and to give the vision of what happens at the international level to one of the most important international agencies related to energy, which is the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA. Even in this case, no needs a presentation, I think. And Ulrike, she's the head of socio-economic unit in the IRENA. So, it's my big pleasure, and I'm very honored to have Ulrike here for giving a speech. So I give the microphone, the floor to Ulrike. Thank you.
Thanks, Massimo, for the kind introduction. Let me share my screen. And in the meanwhile, congratulate Uwe for a really, really nice presentation of the work. And I increasingly have the feeling that our works is complementing. Okay, I hope you see it now in full screen. Okay, so since we are at the international perspective, I would like to share the results of our World Energy Transition Outlook, which has been launched this summer by IRENA. Of course, being the International Renewable Energy Agency. Oh, maybe I should introduce the International Renewable Energy, although Massimo said it's one of the most important agencies in the field. Maybe some of you are not very familiar with it because we are a fairly young agency. We have been established in the year 2011. Our headquarters is in Masdar City in Abu Dhabi, the United Arab Emirates. We also have a branch in Bonn in Germany, the Innovation and Technology Center, and we are permanent observers to the United Nations. So we have a small office in New York in the US. On the right side, you see our office space, which is sitting in the middle of the desert. So quite some different location from a lot of other locations globally. By the way, it's the first, has been the first United Nations organization in the Middle East. Our mandate then is to promote the widespread adoption and sustainable use of all forms of renewable energy worldwide. We are doing so by a large and growing membership body and a lot of work also on the socioeconomics of renewables. So in the background here, you see all the reports that we have been issuing over the years. This one here is the one I will be presenting, and you see the growth in IRENA membership countries. Currently, there's even one more than, I mean, you cannot really update the slides fast enough. There's even one more, so we stand at 167 members, which then reflect a wide spread of development levels of north or southern countries, geographies, endowment with renewables, etc. In terms of scenarios of the energy transition towards 2050, there is a global scenario family. Our first roadmap showed or aimed at under 2 degrees and a pathway aiming at less than 2 degrees. That was the global renewables outlook. Then reflecting the pandemic last year, we issued the post-COVID recovery, the agenda for resilience. And we kind of reflected how the short-term pathway can be aligned with the long-term goals, also catering to the premise that we need to invest now to get on the right pathway and get the world on track. And our latest report shows the pathway to achieve 1.5C, which is the report I will be focusing on in the following. So where are we in 2018 and where do we need to be in 2050? And this is very much similar. I think IEA and IRENA are, and a lot of other international or national institutions and research institutions that have been working on the energy transition in the last, let's say, 5 years until today. We see an increasing merging also of our view for the future of what needs to be done and how we can achieve the world at 1.5 degree or net zero. So you see, and Uwe has also shared that already, that a large share of total final energy consumption today still comprises coal, natural gas, and oil, whereas renewables are already comprising a large share in electricity, in district heat, a very small share, and then you see traditional biomass. Where we need to be, the picture is very different. By 2050, and that is always our time horizon here, by 2050, electricity would be the main energy carrier, with more than 50% direct share of total final energy consumption. So that's more than a doubling from today. Also by 2050, and I have the feeling I heard that number already, 90% of electricity would be supplied by renewables, followed by 6% from natural gas and the remainder from nuclear. And another 8% of final energy would come in indirect electricity in the form of e-fuels and hydrogen. Note that hydrogen, of course, is included as a very important contribution in our scenarios. But this presentation will focus much more, since I'm heading the socioeconomic unit, on our analysis of the socioeconomic implications of this energy transition. And I'll come back to that question of jobs also and brush not only about jobs, but really talk a little more in depth about all the employment and job implication of the energy transition. But let's come back to technologies and emissions first. This is very similar actually to a slide you've already seen. So how do we envision the pathway towards net zero, the phasing out of fossil fuels? The next decade, I think we all agree, will be crucial. We need a rapid phase out of coal power and a rapid expansion of renewable power. So we need renewable energy power additions to triple the rates. We need the system to enhance the system, and we need systemic flexibility policies worldwide to enable the integration. For that, we will be needing carbon pricing. We also need rapid decline of the ICE car sales worldwide. We need a ramp up of clean hydrogen production. All that to get us on track in the next decade. Now, emissions in the 2 decades following then will be coined, the reduction will be coined by rapid phase out of oil for transport and feedstock. You see a massive increase in biomass. You see that cars and trucks are mostly electrified, and that heat pumps, I think Uwe had also mentioned that electrification of heating in residential uses, but also in the service sector and in other uses, will play a major and crucial role. That being said, of course, that needs a large investment. Investment priorities should be renewables, efficiency, and electrification. So what we are doing in our also socioeconomics modeling exercise, we are comparing 2 scenarios. We are comparing where the current plan, and note those are the pre-COP current plans, where the current plans take us and where we need to be under the 1.5 degree compatible scenario. So even the current plans, like the pledged NDCs by, let's say, early this year, require $3.3 trillion per year. But to reach the 1.5C, we need an additional 33 trillion, which is an additional 1.1 trillion additionally each year, to then invest 131 trillion and that goes to energy efficiency, renewables, electrification, innovation, carbon removals, etc. And of course, as you are, I think, are aware, but it's still impressive when you see it in one slide, the cost renewables are increasingly the lowest cost source of electricity in many markets. So, I mean, the most talked about example, obviously, is solar photovoltaic, where the cost fell by very, very rapidly over the last decade by a large factor. But also C.S.P., the concentrating solar power that had been overtaken and overrun by solar photovoltaic for quite some time, is now really making progress in terms of cost. The older technologies, such as, or the more established technologies, of course, do not experience such a large learning curve. Almost on the contrary, depending on the application, but also depending on new demands in terms of environmental compatibility, etc. The costs might have seen a slight increase on average. Onshore wind experienced smaller cost reductions than offshore winds, again owing to maturity already. We talked about investment a little bit, and now here you see the breakdown, who will be investing. So under the planned energy scenario and also under the 1.5C scenario, the investment will be private and also public, in terms of capital markets, in terms of private lending, in terms of public equity. So you see there's a almost balanced distribution of all the different funds. And that can, of course, be interpreted that all, let's say, investors need to ship together to really crank up this large amount of investment. Now, where does it lead us? In our global modeling example, we are looking, as I said, at the 1.5C pathway compared to the planned energy scenario, which is current pledges by early this year. And then we are in the model. The model then is fed with these two scenarios, with the investment, with the difference in carbon prices, with the difference in global demand for fossil fuels, with the different needs then for import and exports, and the different supply and demand reactions. And the global model then reacts in economic terms to all these different signals. And what we are finding, we are then finding results on, let's say, some of the usual indicators, which would be GDP, which is, despite many criticisms of GDP, still an indicator that a lot of people understand. We also do a very deep dive and deep analysis in terms of jobs, because that's one of the let's say, results that IRENA has been increasingly standing for. And lately we have also added to this a global welfare analysis, with a lot of indicators, also touching upon environmental indicators, touching upon equity and distributional indicators and social indicators. But let me come back to this slide. Here you see the relative difference in GDP between our two scenarios. So the red line reflects that relative difference. That means, for instance, in the first decade, you see the red line being around 3%. So that means the more ambitious scenario is by 3% higher, the pathway is by 3% higher than the less ambitious scenario. And you see, since the scenario is front-loaded, mainly because of the upfront investment, but also to get us on the right track and to get us out of the pandemic misery, you see the difference in the first decade is larger, but on the whole observation period, which is until 2050, you see the global GDP is on a higher level than under the less ambitious scenario. And it's mainly driven by investment. You see the dark green bars here. You see also, and that is very important, that this is what economists call a net analysis. So it really also includes the negative effects, for instance, the losses from trade in oil, but also crowding out aspects, so that disinvestment in fossil fuel or just that the investment into the energy transition also leads to some less investment in other economic sectors, attaining to the notion that the dollar can only be spent one, although there is no one-to-one crowding out observable in the global economy as of yet. In terms of employment, we also see a net global positive difference in employment between the two scenarios, and the 1.5C scenario, the more ambitious scenario, has more employment, up to 1.5% more employment, and it is the difference is positive over the whole observation period. And that's very important. And you see a lot is driven again by investment, and that in this model we are not only looking very, very narrowly at the energy sector, but we are including the whole value chain of this energy transition. So building up the infrastructure, for instance, touches upon the construction sector, it touches upon the steel sector, it touches upon all service sectors, etc. So this is a very comprehensive picture in an annual breakdown. So we can actually follow the pathway and how the investment trickles into different economic sector in the overall economy. So when I say globally more employment, it is determined, as I said, by comparing it to the 1.5C scenario. And the difference is driven by investment, by trade, and then by all these indirect and induced effects that I have been just describing. The trade effects in terms of employment are smaller than the trade effect in terms of GDP. That is partly because some of the sectors, for instance, the oil and gas sector, the losses are more in value added and contribution to GDP than in terms of employment. But let's look at the energy sector jobs now a little bit in more detail. And here you see a breakdown of our total energy jobs in different decades, basically. So in 2030, we find 133 million people working in the energy sector under the more ambitious scenario. And you see the difference between the two scenarios then is mainly in terms of fossils and renewables. There's in energy efficiency and in the residential and also in the power grid enhancement, there's not so large a difference in terms of jobs. Then you can say, wow, why does it go down and then in 2050? And of course, that is because as renewable energy and also the other energy transition technologies become more the state of the art, I'm inclined to say, then the labor productivity, of course, goes up in also these sectors. You always have this in nascent and new industries, that in the beginning phase, the labor productivity is rather low. And as experience and learning takes place, labor productivity increases and the job per, let's say, dollar or megawatt is going down. Now, in terms of segment of the value chain of the energy sector, which would be fuel supply, then going to manufacturing of the installation of the machinery, then going to actually installing and constructing the new power plants and operating and maintaining it. You see a lot of jobs are in manufacturing and in the installation phase also. The jobs in manufacturing then, of course, need a perpetuate pipeline of new additions to manufacture the necessary equipment. Operation and maintenance is growing in importance, and those, of course, are the permanent and the more stable and the less demand-dependent jobs. Focusing further down on the renewable energy sector, then jobs in renewable energy sector technologies will increase from 11.5 or 12 million actually, according to our latest report, today to 43 million in 2050. And solar photovoltaic accounts for the largest share, then followed by bioenergy, because the bioenergy employment also includes the whole supply chain of bioenergy, and followed by wind. By segment of the value chain, here you have again the fossil fuel supply is a large share in the bioenergy sector, and you have construction and installation being the largest part in renewable energy. because it still is distributed. I mean, although we are seeing, like what Uwe mentioned, the really large installations, but still what we also see is a lot of distributed installations. So for instance, in solar energy in developing countries, we still see that solar PV also contributes to energy access, and I come back to that on one of my later slides. In terms of jobs 2020, by technology, we saw the largest amount of jobs in solar photovoltaic, followed by liquid biofuels, hydropower, wind energy, and then solar heating and cooling and solid biomass. You might be aware that we are annually doing our renewable energy jobs report, a review of the current situation. This is where I stole these data from. What I also stole from that report and from my colleague on my team is we are looking at the share of women. So we are always looking at the gender aspect also in the employment in renewable energy. And you see, according to our analysis, there is a 30%, 32% average share in renewable energy, which compares to 23% in the fossil fuel businesses. So it's already doing better. But when you look at the different energy technologies, renewable energy technologies, you find, for instance, in the wind energy sector, there is currently only 21% of women. And when you look at the different professions and the different occupational levels, then you see in the whole segment, but also in the wind energy, a lot of women work in administrative professions and occupations, followed by non-STEM occupations, and only the natural science, the science, technology, energy and mathematics, or engineering and mathematics sector is still rather underprivileged in terms of gender balance. As I said, we are looking also at the energy access aspects, of renewable energy. This is part also of our welfare indicator. For instance, in Asia and Africa, there's still almost close to 1 billion people living without access to either being electricity or for clean cooking. The situation is even worse. So renewable energy can contribute largely to improving energy access globally in these underprivileged regions. For that, we would need access to finance, we would need new ownership models, we need the efficient technology, of course, we need the awareness campaigns, the awareness raising of solutions. And of course, that also again then has a gender aspect, because women are in areas and regions without energy access and lacking access to clean cooking. It's women who bear the brunt. Now, coming to a closure here is something that is really important in most of our analysis, and I think is increasingly, we've also seen it at COP, and we've seen it at the young people demanding energy justice and climate justice on the roads, not only around COP, but also pretty much in a lot of countries each Friday. So what we see here is that we do need a comprehensive policy framework aiming at a just energy transition. Because as people in the Q&A session have been pointing out, and as also Uwe has said, there is, of course, a lot of misalignments in this energy transition in its pathway from today till 2050. And you see here the spatial misalignment, so new jobs might be not really be created there or occur there, where some jobs from, let's say, brown energy or the brown sectors are lost. And people have good reasons not to move. I mean, they have their property, they have their social surroundings, their kids go to school and all that. So there is a need for policies to support the spatial realignment. The next thing would be the sectoral misalignment. So there we talked already, or Uwe talked briefly, touched briefly upon a potential move of workers from, let's say, offshore fossil fuel, that would be oil or gas industries, to offshore renewables. But the thing is, although that might be possible in terms of skills, there's still a lot of policy support needed, because the different qualifications have to be accepted, certifications mismatch. One industry does not accept what the other industry has in terms of certificates and skill approval. Then, of course, there's what we always look at, like temporal misalignment. So not everything happens at the same time. And in terms of occupation, then lots of people will need new training, retraining, reskilling. Of course, the energy transition should not be manifesting inequity and inequality and injustice from the current existing energy system. But it also should not add new inequities. So in terms of decent jobs, we should try to ensure decent jobs along the transition. And that attains to wages, workplace conditions, rights at work, and the possibility of collective bargaining. I already touched upon gender. So let's move, of course, to the more economic and industrial challenges. There's a lot of structural barriers, but nowadays we may at least talk about issues such as local content, such as supply chain strength and limits, and such as supportive industrial policy again. So those policies, this set of policy will definitely be needed to ensure a just transition. And of course, the energy transition still needs the technology policy support, deployment policies, and integration. The challenges are there, and the policies are there, the technologies are there, and I think there is a lot of material there for a good and helpful future. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ulrike. Thank you for opening the vision to the social aspect, which are, I mean, totally a way of to see the things which are maybe not usual for people like me that I'm making more research, but to see all the aspects that are related to this type of transition at the level of social effect. I mean, it has been really, I mean, a novelty for me, for my type of background and so on. But I see the effect that we can have in our type of research, especially the gender aspect has been really, I mean, impressive, and especially the STEM from the point of view of women, which is still not so high. Even if we see an increase more and more of interest by women, by young women in make this type of studies. At least in my experience, also at the level of PhD, there are more and more women that are, and usually, I mean, always the same, but very, very skilled and smart person normally, and in average. Okay, but I have one point from my point of view. Then there is, I think, a couple of questions. I noticed that the increase of GDP and the increase of employment has a peak basically in the period before 2030. So in the short term, let's say, then there is a sort of convergence to a constant situation, a stable situation. Why this, and why can be understood, but how to maintain an increase maybe also in the future, if it is possible? I mean, there could be a possibility on this sense.
Yeah, I mean, we have developed this scenario to show that a lot needs to be done in this first decade in terms of investment. And I think we all agree that this is the decade where we can get on track. And I was very impressed by what Uwe has shared earlier, that we are actually having a chance to get on the right track and on the right development path. Of course, if we want to aim even higher, then we can also maintain this momentum. But it is really important to have this front-loaded investment path. That's why everything is accumulating in the first decade. And of course, you may not interpret the picture that I've been showing as GDP is going down then, but it is just that the higher the difference between other ambition levels is not being as, you know, because the other levels are just coming later with their investment, and then they have their peak a little bit later because they're still trying to reap in the low-hanging fruits, etc.
It's a differential value. So will be still positive, but less positive.
Exactly.
So is what we observe that, I mean, what we say that this decades, but I mean, not anymore a decade, but between now and 2030 will be really, I mean, an important period for the transition. We also discuss a lot with students about this. And okay, so I think that maybe we have time for a question from the audience. I noticed one. There is a question related to specifically to renewable, of course. So the point is, in which measure the cost of the renewable energy are influenced by the fiscal policy. So we know that there is a cost, and then there is a fiscal effect. And the rest of the question is, and how much is the actual cost of the technology? I think actual means the real. So the difference between the real cost and what is the effect of the, I mean, fiscal policy.
Yeah. Well, this is a global model that we are looking at. So fiscal policy is nothing we can observe globally. We can only observe it locally, and it really, really differs by country. So there is I'm not really sure what this question aims at. There's two possible answers. First of all, the slide that I showed about costs, about the cost decline of renewables over 10 years has been affected a lot by public policy. So there was support of innovation, there were fiscal measures, there was support of, there were tax breaks, for instance, for new companies, for, you know, large installations, etc. So of course there is a very close interlinkage between the cost curve and governmental measures. Then for the future in the model, there is an assumption on a global carbon tax. It's very much in line with a lot of other people's work, basically. So I think the global research community agrees on a certain level of a global carbon tax, which then again is the revenues from this global carbon tax are recycled mainly by lump sum transfers, so they go back to the consumer to also counterbalance the regressive effect that such a tax has. Yeah, I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, it's a complicated issue. It's difficult to and also it's very locally influenced. Of course. So in a way, we can say that basically the real cost of the renewable are going to decrease significantly. Then exactly. These are, I think, a message that is important probably to the audience. And the fiscal effect is something related to economy and energy policy, let's say. So the effect of when policy make an effect on the society to make some privilege some type of decision compared to other. But the real costs are going down. And okay, so Ulrike, thank you very much. I think that we can we can now go to the next speaker, but of course we will meet again at the final panel for 40 minutes basically. I would say thank you for also this last part. And so I give the microphone to my colleague and friend. Oh, yeah. So Jack Bravo. I laugh because you have to know that in California, where Jack is now, is basically 3 a.m. in the morning. So really in the middle of the night. Yeah. So it's not midnight. It's not 6. So Jack, you know that I appreciate a lot. So Jack Bravo is a professor. He's the director of the Advanced Power Energy Program in the University of California, Irvine. And he's a very good scientist, and not only a scientist, but also an important analyzer of at the international level, and especially of what happens in the US. So this vision that start from the knowledge of the basic phenomena and goes and the technologies and go to the global vision, I think is a very good approach from my research. I try to do the same in my job, and we discussed with Jack several times about this. And yeah, so I think that Jack will give the international vision, but especially the vision of course, a reference country, which are the United States. In any case, will be are still and will be, I mean, for a long time, the reference for innovation and for the trend in the technological sector. So, Jack, thank you again for accepting this strange invitation, but you know, I will try to do the same when needed. And yeah, hopefully. So the floor is yours, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Massimo. And it is my pleasure to be with you. I wish I was there in person with you, and maybe next year. So my discussion.
You are of course invited in Mont Blanc. Jack appreciate a lot the mountains for what I know. So yeah, next year for sure.
Yes. So thank you very much. And I will try to answer the question today, do we really need hydrogen? The Earth has been around for quite a while, and if you look at the Earth and draw a control volume around it, you can analyze it from the first law of thermodynamics in a way that understands what's crossing through this control volume. And what we see is solar radiation is the main energy form that's crossing the control volume. And in the same wavelength spectrum, you see some of that solar radiation reflected back out. And then you have Earth itself re-radiating energy in a different wavelength spectrum back out to space. And over millions of years, this has always been the balance that we are in. And what has Earth done with this solar energy? As a matter of fact, it has taken dead plant, animal life, heat and pressure, and millions to hundreds of millions of years produced fossil fuels like coal, oil, and natural gas. And this is such a long time frame that I have to draw a hash through this scale so that I can show you other forms of primary energy, like biomass or biogas, things like ethanol that we create from corn or from trees and grass, which only take months to years for Earth to make from the power of the sun. And hydropower with solar energy, which evaporates water and makes clouds, and then clouds come over the mountains. It only takes a matter of months or weeks even for that kind of energy form to be produced on Earth. And of course, wind power, available almost every day, but sometimes a period of weeks in which it is not available. And then solar power, which the instant you use a unit of it up, you get another one, at least during the day. So I want you all to think about energy sustainability as being requiring the conversion of resources at the same rate at which they are naturally replenished on Earth, without also externalities of pollution or so. And if you think about fossil fuels, in the course of human history, it's obvious that we are not converting these in a sustainable fashion. As a matter of fact, it appears like a delta function in the course of human history. So it's obvious we cannot sustainably continue to convert fossil fuels. And while fossil fuels have improved our quality of life in many circumstances, they are also, unfortunately, the primary cause of environmental and geopolitical problems. And I want to suggest that we have recently undervalued the impacts of pollution in society. These criteria pollutant emissions lead to very serious health and air quality consequences, even in the most wealthy and sophisticated of economies. Look at Los Angeles here, or Beijing. These are very serious consequences that our fossil fuel conversion are causing today. In addition to the greenhouse gas emissions, which are affecting climate and resource recovery damage, like that in mines, or even regional resource depletion. These fossil fuels are not available everywhere, and so they lead to energy and environmental justice that is not well served by our current paradigm. And of course, the overall primary energy resource is not going to be available for very much longer. It's just not sustainable. I just saw Ulrike present, and she's from IRENA, and this is where this data comes from. The good news is, again, because of some of the policies that she pointed out, solar and wind power, and battery costs for that matter, have dramatically fallen over the last decade. And this is leading us to the understanding that we can produce our primary energy from more sustainable resources. So this leads to popular thinking here in the US and maybe even around the world, that what we should do is we should go to 100% renewable grid or 100% renewable power generation, and to complement that with electrifying all the end uses and using batteries to handle intermittency on the grid and for these end uses. And then some people say, we don't need hydrogen at all. As a matter of fact, we don't want hydrogen and fuel cells, because most hydrogen today is made from fossil fuels, natural gas, and making hydrogen from water and electricity is less efficient than charging a battery, and making electricity from hydrogen in a fuel cell is less efficient than a battery, so that the round trip efficiency is substantially lower than a battery, and hydrogen is difficult to store and move around in society. All of these arguments are being made by very prominent people, influential people like Elon Musk, who I greatly admire for all the sustainable energy things he's doing. Interestingly, I agree also with most of what is said on this slide. I suggest, however, it is subtly untruthful. It's just not the whole story. Slight modifications to this are required. We cannot electrify all end uses. Batteries can handle some of the intermittency and some of the end uses very well. And while hydrogen and fuel cells are less efficient than a battery for short duration storage, they can actually be more efficient for long duration storage. In addition, hydrogen is difficult to store and move around in society, but that's compared to fossil fuels. It's not compared to the heavy weight of batteries, for example. So compared to other energy carriers that we can make sustainably, hydrogen has some very nice features. So let me talk about the state of California, which in the United States has been the leader with regard to renewable energy, renewable primary energy. We have over 40% primary energy coming from sun and wind power today. And some days we have 100% of our power coming from wind and solar. So what if we made our California grid 100% renewable? What I'm showing here is a simulation of hour by hour, whether we have a deficit in wind and solar power indicated by the red data, or a surplus of wind and solar power indicated by the blue data at any given hour from January 1st all the way to December 31st. And the good news is we can make enough renewable energy from local resources in California. All we have to do now is to store this and to move it around for this whole year. And the way we do it today is with pumped hydro. And pumped hydro has a power amount, if we can turn all the pumps on at once in the state of California, of about 10 gigawatts. It's a pretty big pumped hydro system that we have in California. And we have lakes that are large enough that if we would take all the water out of the lakes, put them through the turbines, they would have an equivalent electricity energy return that's almost 10 gigawatts for a month. That's how big this resource is. But what you can see is it's quite a bit insufficient to store all of this energy and to move all of it around. So some have suggested we should use our electric automobiles for storing and moving some of this around. If we converted every single one of our light duty and medium duty vehicles, all 21 million EVs, and we did not use them for driving, we just used them for grid storage. This is how large they would be. They would comprise quite a big amount of power that they could absorb, but hardly any energy in comparison to the magnitude required by the grid. The only known zero emissions resource that is of the proper magnitude for grid scale and grid scale seasonal storage is hydrogen. As a matter of fact, if we would simply convert current gas storage facilities, not build any new ones, just current gas storage facilities into hydrogen, this is how large they would be, comprising almost 60 gigawatts of equivalent electricity power and almost 2 months worth of dispatching that back to the grid. It's the only resource that is of the proper magnitude for the seasonal storage that is going to be required for a highly renewable grid. Batteries will not be of the proper magnitude. They're not big enough for this purpose. And we looked at this same dynamic, the dynamics of sun and wind power in various amounts in various continents around the world. So 70% solar and 30% wind in Africa, for example, and looked at actual dynamics of sun and wind power and how much storage would be required to complement that to meet all world energy demand. And what you can see here in the last column is the energy amount that is required just to make it through 1 year on 100% sun and wind power. And it's almost 20,000 terawatt hours of storage. So if we were to use batteries, The very best batteries in the world today are lithium-ion batteries, and they're made primarily from lithium and cobalt materials. To build one battery of this size, 20,000 terawatt hours, would require more than 3,000 megatons of lithium and more than 25,800 megatons of cobalt. Well, how much do we have? If you look at the resources available from our US Geological Survey in 2018, the world only has 53 megatons of lithium available and only 25 megatons of cobalt. Orders of magnitude more than is available on Earth would be required to make the best batteries in the world to store this much amount of renewable energy. In addition, most of the cobalt comes from the Democratic Republic of Congo, which doesn't have good relations with most of the world and definitely not good labor laws. So I suggest there's not enough lithium or cobalt in the world for this kind of purpose. We should use these precious resources for things that need it more, like our cell phones or light-duty vehicles. They can use these precious resources. And what about round-trip efficiency? In our laboratory, we measure battery performance and often get greater than 90% round-trip efficiency. So why in this data from utility applications of lithium-ion batteries do we see such low round-trip efficiency? Round-trip efficiency here is plotted versus capacity factor here. So this is suggesting that we have quite low round-trip efficiency, especially when we have low capacity factor. And what that means is that if you charge the battery and leave the energy in it for a long period of time and then discharge it, that's low capacity factor. If you charge and discharge every day, that's high capacity factor. And the average of this is around 60%. So we know that this is due to an understood phenomenon of self-discharge, which anything that keeps the chemical storage in intimate contact with the electrodes for conversion suffers from. You can't help but have some rate of discharge if you keep the chemicals in intimate contact with the electrodes. In the fuel cell and hydrogen paradigm, you keep the hydrogen in a separate storage tank, and as a result, can have higher round-trip efficiency for long duration storage. Batteries don't produce efficient round-trip for long duration storage due to self-discharge. And both Massimo and I are working on more efficient fuel cells and electrolyzers, especially of the solid oxide type, that can pretty dramatically improve that round trip efficiency. Here I'm showing data for the kilowatt hours per kilogram that we achieved in our laboratory for a solid oxide cell. So it uses much less electric energy per kilogram of hydrogen than the corresponding commercial type of proton exchange membrane technology. So we should expect the future round trip efficiency of hydrogen to be higher than it is today. And people like us and many companies around the world are developing the systems that are enabling solid oxide electrolysis to work. And it requires a system around it and some controls that include things like valves and compressors and heaters and heat exchangers and control systems to make them work dynamically, because they have to complement the sun and wind power. And we've been showing lately that even with solid oxide systems that are these high temperature electrolysis systems, we can follow the sun during a sunny day, like is shown here, and keep all of the parameters within a safe operating condition and range. And even on a cloudy day, when the dynamics of available power are quite dramatic, we can still operate this solid oxide cell and system under safe operating conditions. And we can do it for whole years in things like our microgrid, where we have solar photovoltaic and a gas turbine combined cycle plant, complementing that with a solid oxide electrolysis system. So you can see here the dynamics of the electric demand, the dynamics of heat demand, and they are quite challenging, but we can complement them with high renewable content, and the solar is shown here in the light blue. And you can see we'd have a bunch of excess solar if we did not operate this solid oxide electrolysis system to complement that and to use that hydrogen later in our gas turbine combined cycle plant. Even so, you can see that we still have some curtailment, as indicated by the red data here, in this high renewable use case. And this is showing the thermal demand, which we also can meet primarily with the hydrogen and its conversion in the gas turbine, with excess heat in its combined cycle and cogeneration plant being used for the thermal. And we've shown that this hydrogen energy storage paradigm can be used in all sorts of renewable or highly renewable circumstances. So this is a case for the Texas wind, and you can see here the green data show the dynamics of Texas wind, and an adjacent city demand in magenta here. And what we were trying to do in this dynamic simulation is to understand if we could take excess wind power whenever it was available, put it through a proton exchange membrane electrolysis system, stuff the hydrogen in an adjacent salt cavern, and then whenever there was a wind deficit, take it out of the salt cavern through a fuel cell to provide power to the adjacent city, so that we could actually 100% power the city with only hydrogen energy storage and wind power. And we're able to show in the salt cavern that hour by hour, day by day, the pressure and temperature could be maintained within minimum and maximum requirements. And if you look at this annual measure of the temperature and pressure, what you can see is that there is a pressure buildup that occurs due to excess wind power, primarily in November, December, January, February, and March, that is delivered back to this Texas town in July, August, and September, especially. So you can see here that with a salt cavern, which wasn't proven at the time to actually store hydrogen, but is proven today to store hydrogen well, we can actually complement both the hour by hour, day by day, and seasonal storage requirements for wind power to match the city adjacent to it. But what if we don't have a salt cavern? Well, I suggest that here in California, where we don't have salt caverns, we do have tremendous underground storage and transmission distribution resources. As a matter of fact, our natural gas system today, which has a very high availability and reliability, the Gas Technology Institute has measured this, and we have greater than 5 nines availability in this system. This is a tremendous resource that I suggest must transform into a renewable gas delivery system over time. And I think hydrogen's the best gas to use in this system. As a matter of fact, just in Southern California, it would be 13 terawatt hours of equivalent electricity storage. This is extremely valuable. More than $2.6 trillion worth of energy storage in battery costs. Even if we just put 5% hydrogen into natural gas, it's insufficient for decarbonizing the gas system. But I want you to think about how valuable this is from an electric grid perspective. It would be worth more, okay, this would be worth $130 billion if we just put 5% hydrogen into our gas system. It would only cost us $39 billion to pay for every single person in our county, Orange County, to go to school here at UC Irvine. we could make all University of California schools and all 265,000 students, we'd be able to pay for all their tuition. Every 4 years, it would only cost $4.7 billion. What I'm trying to suggest here is that the value of putting some amount of hydrogen into our natural gas system is huge. The interest alone off the value of that could make all University of California schools tuition free. And the resilience of the gas system coupled to fuel cells, zero emission electrochemical energy conversion on the back end, has been proven under all sorts of emergency circumstances, under fires and winter storms and hurricanes and earthquakes and typhoons. All of these have proven that we need something like the underground delivery of renewable energy to make our systems resilient. And we have studied the transformation of our gas system, considering, for example, putting solar just in this area that I've indicated here. It's 20 miles by 20 miles, and closing the valves here. Could we then use the gas system and handle the dynamics of the hydrogen production? I'm showing here the 4 pipes that go through that area. And in each of the pipes, you can see that the pressure dynamics go up and down every day, but they never exceed the green lines here, which are the maximum pressure limits. So the pipes are already sized big enough to handle this 20 miles by 20 miles of hydrogen production from solar. And as a matter of fact, just this one project of 20 miles by 20 miles of solar, followed by hydrogen gas injection into repurposed pipes, would add 40 points of renewable content to our electric grid here in Southern California. Again, this is because of the massive energy delivery and storage that is available to us if we transform our natural gas system. And we need hydrogen for other reasons too. We need it for things like ammonia production and aviation fuels or heavy-duty trucking or decarbonization of cement and steel and these kinds of things. We studied this quite a long time ago. I was fortunate to work with a number of colleagues led by my friend Steve Davis here, awesome scientists and engineers from around the world, to try to envision a zero emissions energy future. And you can see that it requires a lot of sun and wind power and even some nuclear, as we're showing here, but it requires hydrogen for sure. We couldn't figure out a way to make net zero energy systems without hydrogen. And that's because some of the things that we need to do in a sustainable society require the features of hydrogen, especially, for example, in heavy duty transit. Anything that requires rapid fueling or long range or large payload will want hydrogen or its derivatives, like a hydrogen synthetic fuel, to meet its obligations. We can't carry heavy stuff, we can't go a long range, we can't do it rapidly fueling without the features of hydrogen. And then we have industries that can't be easily directly electrified. We can electrify them through electricity making hydrogen, and then hydrogen decarbonizing things like steel and cement and plastics. We are fortunate to have contracts and grants, and you have many in Europe that are starting to decarbonize these kinds of applications using the hydrogen vector. So I want to end with a couple of Gedanken experiments, because we're trying to decarbonize our ports here. And hydrogen is one of the only vectors that can feasibly do this. If you look here, this is looking at the percentage of original cargo space that could be decarbonized using battery energy storage systems in red, or gaseous hydrogen in green, or liquid hydrogen in blue. And you can see here, depending upon the ship capacity in 20-foot equivalent units, we cannot decarbonize these with battery energy storage systems. We can with hydrogen or hydrogen derivative fuels. Some people are talking about ammonia or methanol, but again, we first make hydrogen to make those synthetic fuels. And if you look at the distance they must go, you can see here the hydrogen systems definitely can carry that cargo for long distances, like 17,000 nautical miles. But battery energy storage systems can't decarbonize these container ships. And could we make that much hydrogen? We'd have to make almost 9 million tons of hydrogen every year. But even off the coast of California, just with 3 large wind farms, we could make this amount of hydrogen. So in other words, the primary renewable energy is available, and the features of hydrogen are sufficient for completely decarbonizing the LA Long Beach port. How about data centers? We've been doing, fortunately, with Microsoft, a lot of work to see if we could make data centers reliably powered by only sun and wind power. And we looked at many different configurations and in many different locations throughout the United States. And in every single case, if we're looking at the levelized cost of electricity here, including all you need for storage and even liquefaction of the hydrogen, that the levelized cost of electricity is much lower when we use hydrogen for this hour by hour and seasonal storage. As a matter of fact, every single hydrogen case, because of separate power and energy scaling that it engenders, is significantly cheaper than other storage options. Now, I haven't been able to talk about all the features of hydrogen, but we have a paper that we wrote. I encourage you to read it. It's called Hydrogen is Essential for Sustainability, and it talks about almost all 11 of these features of hydrogen. So I want to end with a couple of notes about the US, because all of you in Europe and in China and in Japan and in Australia and in many other places are ahead of us. As a matter of fact, this is an example of the German national hydrogen strategy. And this was announced in June of 2020. And the German government indicated they were going to invest 9 billion euros just in hydrogen. And if you look at the European Union, for example, and again, this is just Europe, for example, similar investments, maybe even bigger investments are being made in China. And with your Green Deal and just transition, 34 billion already committed to hydrogen, and it might even double. So you're ahead of us for now, but we've been thinking about this for quite a while. And what we have been thinking about is the many things that hydrogen can do to complement sun and wind power and to use existing infrastructure like our electric grid and our gas grid to do things that we could not decarbonize otherwise. And fortunately, recently, very recently, we have begun to announce Earthshots. And the very first one that was announced is for hydrogen, to make hydrogen $1 for 1 kilogram within 1 decade. The second Earthshot is that we should make storage systems cost 90% less and deliver 10 plus hours of storage within the decade. And the third Earthshot is to make carbon capture less than $100 per ton in 1 decade. So we're beginning to make these sorts of announcements and to back it up with investments. So the infrastructure bill and law now is investing $9.5 billion in hydrogen alone, including $8 billion over a 5-year period for regional hubs, at least 4 regional hubs, and maybe 6 to 8 regional hubs. And I want to suggest that this is actually a small investment compared to the policy-driven investment of the private sector that this is going to allow. That's what's going to enable the United States to finally catch up to all of you in Europe. So I want to suggest that we must, and we will inevitably, increasingly depend upon solar power and its more direct derivatives, like wind. We must do this for air quality reasons, but also for climate and for energy and environmental and geopolitical sustainability and environmental justice. The dynamics of this future, though, are quite challenging, and they require things like batteries, like pumped hydro, but they also will increasingly require the features of power to gas and hydrogen energy storage. There are just certain things that cannot be easily done with other zero emissions vectors. I suggest that hydrogen will become an indispensable zero emissions fuel and energy storage medium, because features like long duration, massive derivative fuels, lower cost, and high round trip efficiency, which is possible with what we're researching today, can be delivered by hydrogen. So do we really need hydrogen? Absolutely. We can't get to zero emissions without it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I like always your presentation, and so thank you, Jack. And yeah, you put always the main result of the, put in evidence the main result of the even complex calculation. These are, I like a lot of this capacity to synthesize in a very understandable point. And but as there are so many points that we can discuss, I think that is important what we have discussed in terms of size. So when we are talking of size in modern society, we have done the example in California. People have to know how much energy we are considering, and which is needed in terms of capability to manage this big amount of energy need from one side and the renewable offer from the other side. So some technology like the use of fluids, which is not a closed battery like the closed battery that everybody knows, probably will be basically necessary. So this is something that I think is something that has to be pointed out. And also I have considered
flow batteries like you're suggesting, right, which can also store the energy in separate storage tanks and have separate power and energy scaling, have similar features to hydrogen, right? Hydrogen can store the energy in the separate tanks, which can be independently sized in magnitude of energy from the energy conversion of the fuel cell and electrolyzer. So yes, these are the kinds of features that are going to be required for the massive storage we need.
Yeah, this type of technology are basically necessary, or hydrogen in open form, or flow batteries that can be an alternative. And the other point is that I noticed still talking about big size and talking about storage, it becomes necessary. We are discussing also in Italy to use more and more already used, but more and more to consider hydrogen in cavern. So geological storage. So we are discussing in Italy for some strategical storage, because in Europe there are many strategical storage in underground. Most of them are big part are in Italy, especially in the north, in the Pianura Padana. So we are discussing of the new role of this type of cavern when the type of gas that will be distributed in the pipeline will be different, basically. Moving from natural gas to more and more fraction of hydrogen, or even other type of gas. And there is a lot of concern about the effect on materials. So we are really concerned on the material of the compressor, the pipeline, or the valves. So all the investment that have been done so far that have to be redone. What is your feeling in California or US in general about this?
So in California and throughout the US, in the distribution system, which actually is the bulk of the investment, the pipelines are primarily made of plastic materials. And in that part of the system, it's highly compatible with this hydrogen transition. It's mostly in the transmission system and in the long pipelines that go in between countries and in between states in the United States. That's where we do have, yes, a need for significant investment to either replace or to have some technology that can protect that kind of pipeline, or even invest in different types of compressors and seals and valves and other things. So over time, I anticipate that the transmission system will have investments, research and development, and new technologies that would transform it to be safe to handle high hydrogen concentrations, or even 100% hydrogen in the end. So you're right, there definitely has to be some investments and even research to figure out what needs to be replaced, what needs to be maintained in a different way to make it safe. However, I want to suggest we've done some research recently with the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign to identify the effects of enhanced fatigue crack growth rates or embrittlement and things like this. Yeah. And these are relatively slow phenomenon, and they also are phenomena that don't affect the pipelines if you have small concentrations. And so what I want to suggest is that we have time. Over time, we can transform this in a way that I think will be one of the most cost-effective uses of that existing infrastructure.
Okay, good. Yeah, yeah, good to know, because you know there is not so much reference. Now your study that you are doing now. I mean, you have to tell me because there is a lot of interest now, and there is not so much. I found something from Sandia. Basically, you know, they did a lot of job in the last 15 years.
Yes,
but there is not so much new references. So yeah, so I will be of course interested, and also to read your new paper that you show. That you have just published, so I will take a look. And okay, I just see if now we have we are at the moment, especially for you, which are in the middle of your night. I'm sorry again. So we are in the moment that we can open the final panel of discussion with all the 4 speakers. So we have basically 25 minutes for a final discussion among the speakers. So if the speaker wants to switch on the camera, as I see Ulrike and Uwe, and I don't know if Stefano is still with us from the ministry, and I see the name, but no reaction, maybe not. Okay, so the panel, I'm interested to see, I mean, of course, to analyze some specific aspect. So I have some points of discussion to propose to you from your different perspective. Of course, I hope that maybe some question will arrive. So sometimes I check the question and answer chat, but I would like to start with a point which is related to the energy trading at the international level. So because the concern is international, so the climate change, of course, is international, and also the renewable are very distributed around the world. They are less concentrated compared to other type of fuel that we have used so far. Still, there are parts of the world where the renewable are more intense compared to other parts, and so the possibility to trade internationally form of energy and also which form of energy is interesting from the point of view of the global system. For example, we know that we are discussing a lot to transport big amount, to trade big amount of energy. At least we are discussing, you know more than me, but we are discussing to trade big amount of energy from the north of Africa to Europe. In which form? Can be in form of electricity, but I mean, the lack of energy in a high voltage can be not negligible. Maybe hydrogen in terms of energy transport can be a good element because of the concentration in terms of energy per mass. And also some other consider the use of ship for long trade of hydrogen from, I don't know, Australia to Japan, or we are considering something related to, let's say, Argentina to Europe. I mean, what are your opinion from this point of view, also from the point of view of the social effect, because this can be a good help for some type of countries. I don't know. We can start. Maybe follow the order of the speaker. Maybe can be a way. So Uwe.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. And of course, it's a wide topic. I mean, maybe yeah, staying a bit in this thinking is currently a bit focused on the hydrogen part of it, I have to say. I would see really, sorry, so I would really see opportunities also currently being discussed for countries, also part of Europe, where countries realize if they want to decarbonize fully their energy system, they need hydrogen, as also explained by Jack, that we need it for also as feedstock in industries, but also for long distance transport. And domestically, some of these countries might not be able to produce all the hydrogen they need domestically. So I guess imports are needed. So I guess that's also, you see efforts being done by some European countries to work together with countries in other parts of the world, which much better renewable resource that could be used to produce hydrogen and then ship it to Europe, for example. And it's also an opportunity for the exporting countries to utilize otherwise unused renewable resources. If we talk about North Africa, but also Middle East, if we talk about, I mean, Chile is also looking at these opportunities, as well as Australia. So there are opportunities to use these renewables. And they don't then compete with, let's say, renewable domestic needs for renewables, because the potentials there are so huge that there's not really a competition with electrification of other sectors where we think electrification is sensible to do. So yeah, I think there are opportunities and there are already projects going on. We see Japan is very much looking or pushing for demonstration projects. Australia to Japan, I mean, that's hopefully in the future then coal with CCUS being used for that, but also projects that have been testing trading liquid organic hydrogen carriers from the Middle East to Japan. So I guess there are opportunities to take advantage of, particularly that we see that the cost of renewables have been declining, so that we can explore the opportunities to trade renewable electricity in the form of hydrogen-based fuels.
Yeah, just to add to that, I mean, a lot of the large renewable energy potential, in particular solar, coincides with countries that are currently our oil and gas exporters. That is just a surprising fact. So they would love to be the energy exporters also in the more distant future, in the coming years. And just the Gulf region, for instance, is among one of them. They not only have the cheapest oil, they also have among the best solar resources in the world. So of course they can, and they do have the infrastructure that is, gas compression, or that might be turned into shipping, for instance, hydrogen. So of course there's a lot of hope connected with that, and the cost differential in that region in hydrogen production is actually allowing for trading and allowing for export. The other thing that you have been mentioning is the old Desertec idea, I would call it. That would be to have the cables go through the Mediterranean, and that was once an idea of having electricity generated by concentrating solar power. The older in this room might remember there were a couple of led by German Siemens. There was the Desertec group that was trying to push that forward, and then all of a sudden, surprise, surprise, PV got so cheap that nobody was looking at concentrating solar power anymore, and the benefit of storing the electricity also in terms of heat was just outweighed by the cost the cost advantage that photovoltaics had. Now maybe this also requires a fresh look at it, basically, and we shouldn't have the hydrogen debate and the hydrogen euphoria that I'm currently observing fall in the same traps as the desert takeoff euphoria fell into. So please just keep an open mind and look at all the options, basically, a point that has been made earlier by other speakers. Now, the third point I would like to make is when we talk about energy trade and electricity trade, it's not only going across the Mediterranean and not only talking about hydrogen. When you look at Africa, there's also a lot to be done in terms of interconnection, in terms of having the grid reach across borders and all that. So, and as you all know, I mean, if some of the larger hydro, not hydrogen, but hydropower projects in Africa will be realized, then there will be locally so much electricity generated that the whole continent can thrive on that. And we need a lot of new infrastructure then to make that, put that to good use, not only to the north, but to the south in itself. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. I don't have much to add to what my fellow panelists have already said, and I agree with all of it. And in particular, want to make 2 points. The first is, yes, electrification is super important to our sustainable energy future. We must do that as much as possible, because the very best way to use solar power is to use it when it's made as electricity. Absolutely, we must do that whenever possible. Okay, so this is super important. The second point, though, is that we have another vector also that is very important, and that is ammonia and fertilizers. But ammonia can also be a very high density and easy carrier for shipping. So Eaux mentioned the liquid organic hydrocarbon carriers, but there's also ammonia as a carrier that's being considered.
Oh yeah, thank you. It's also important to point out in my question, in my point. Of course, it has to, in case of international trade, it has to be really take care of the community from which where the energy is produced. So to make development local and not just to trade. I mean, this is really fundamental. And so to develop locally and maybe helping this as a consequence of the development also to have some trading. But yeah, this is fundamental that I point out from my point of view, my question. And yeah, the second aspect that I was considering is that probably you have read there was some study also in Nature, some publication in Nature that they say that we know now it's too late. Maybe it's not too late for the disaster, but it's too late because the phenomenon of climate change is a phenomenon which is very, very slow and difficult to go totally back, even if we stop today every emission of CO2. So there is a concern about this and a discussion about the opportunity to recover, so to sequestrate CO2 directly from the atmosphere. This is something related in some way to what we call the geological engineering or something like this. That can be also dangerous. I mean, a dangerous perspective for some proposals are very strange. But concerning the opportunity to recover, I mean, sequestrate and maybe recover. Why not? Direct air capture can capture carbon for other use. But which is your idea from your point of view of energy analyst in different, I mean, part of the world about this fact of recovering CO2 as a, disruptive point of view in terms of climate change mitigation?
Maybe we let Jack go first so that we don't steal all his ideas.
Yeah.
Well, let me say that I am in favor of all forms of carbon mitigation, and that direct air capture and capture of CO2 from the atmosphere is likely going to be required for us to meet our goals for the climate. And yet, if you look at it from a general balance, okay, it's going to be impossible for us to do it with only carbon capture. It's not possible. We took this dense hydrocarbon stuff out of the geological formations, okay, and we made this very 1,000 times more volumetrically energy, or 1,000 times more in volume CO2 out of it. It's not the balance doesn't work. Okay, so you can't do it by that alone. I think that's one of the main. You can do a small portion of our climate mitigation through carbon capture, and there may be some really high value end uses that it's really good for, right? So we can take the carbon and put it into products that don't release it, as opposed to trying to do the geological engineering and trying to put it all underground where it used to be. Just a couple of thoughts.
Yeah.
I don't know, Uwe, you want to go first, or me, or how do we do this? Any views on? Okay, so I just continue actually, because I'm living in a country where there is a lot of geoengineering. They're making rain, you know. I mean, there's no natural rain in Abu Dhabi, so whenever it rains, you can be sure that silver nitrate has been part of it in one way or another. So that being said, I totally agree with Jack. I mean, yes, keep an open mind. Don't shift the mind to the most expensive and most fancy things, but keep also an open mind for the more nitty-gritty, usual small step and not so much in the news technologies that we do need to just reach our goals of climate change mitigation. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe just to add, I mean, I fully agree what Jack and Ulrike said. And I think, of course, not possible to reverse. I mean, going back to historic emissions, trying to address those with negative emissions, I guess that's out of the question here. But even if you look into the future, there can be sectors, some hard to abate sectors in industry, parts in transport, where maybe we don't want to set a goal of fully decarbonize these sectors on their own, but rather leaving some residual positive emissions if it's more cost effective and possible to set off these emissions, for example, by creating negative emissions, whether it's direct air capture, whether it's bioenergy with CCS, to offset these emissions. Of course, it also depends on the availability of CO2 storage where it's available. And one also needs some strong policy instruments to ensure that if we further continue to emit these residual emissions, that these projects of create negative emissions actually also implemented. So they need some kind of firm certificate trade or other policy instrument that ensure that these emissions actually generate. Otherwise, we can have this situation that we might continue creating positive emissions, but not offsetting them with negative emissions. And maybe the second point is that of course, these technologies like direct air capture, but also bioenergy with CO2 capture can also be used in combination with hydrogen to produce synthetic hydrocarbon fuels, which are then carbon neutral if they are used. And that way can also help, again, to decarbonize sectors like aviation and shipping, parts of heavy trucking. So these are also opportunities or reasons to further develop these technologies and bring the cost down, as mentioned by Jack, also with the Earthshot program of the US.
So thank you, Uwe, because in my lab we are doing a lot of job on synthetic fuel. So we are implementing, recover with ionic liquid from the direct air capture and then synthesize synthetic liquid. So yeah, this aircraft industry are asked to ask this type of research now to check if this is a possibility for them to decarbonize. And I just check if in the chat there is some question. So there is a question in Italian. Just a moment, I read. Yeah, in some way it has been already discussed now. I have in some way a sort of a final final question, because we are going to complete the panel. Basically, you know, maybe you are aware, we are organizing this conference from a small area in the Alps. So, I mean, I am in Torino now, but the conference is organized by a foundation, with the Foundation Courmayeur. You know, Courmayeur is below the Mont Blanc. So it's a alpine region, which is particular in like the other alpine region, so the mountain region. From some point of view, there are a very good point in terms of availability of renewable. There are very good point in terms of consciousness about the need to maintain, to preserve the ecosystem compared to other areas like big municipalities. On the other side, this is a place that will suffer more for the effect of the climate change. In your analysis, I don't know if you have considered this particular area of the world, like the high mountains or the Alps area. Do you have some, I mean, I don't know, final message or final indication for especially for the audience, what you think could be a good way to manage the energy? I know it's a big question, but some final suggestion for how to manage energy and the future in this type of particular environment, which is peculiar for the Alps, and not only for the Alps, there are other areas of the world in this way. Maybe we can start with Uwe again and and go back.
I have to say I'm not an expert on particularly on the regions of the Alps. I mean, of course, I guess it was also a question raised in the Q&A. Of course, hydropower is of course already a resource. Of course, it's limited also for environmental reason to further expand it in those regions. But I guess more in the overall context of climate change, I guess what we observe in the Alps today with the smelting of the glaciers and the impacts we see is already, to me, it's much more stressing the urgency that we really have to address the problem, and we cannot wait, even if sometimes 2050 sounds far away. It's only one investment cycle away for many industries, and I guess it just underlines and highlights that we really have to act now of the coming years. Otherwise, we will see more dramatic change, not only the Alps, but also other parts of the world, of course. And just for me, more the motivation to further pursue and these kind of work and analysis we're doing.
Thank you. Ulrike?
From the International Renewable Energy Agency's point of view, when I think Alps and when I think about the pictures that we've seen, of course, Uwe also said smelting of glaciers, I think adaptation and renewable and climate change adaptation and you know, disaster prevention, landslides, all these things. And I would just like to make the point and stress that adaptation sometimes goes along with more investment in fossil fuel, which shouldn't be like that. But renewable energy also can play a very important role in adaptation. There can be small scale application for warning systems. There can be more resilient energy generation when everything breaks down, all these things. So my final message here would be, don't overlook the role that renewable energy can play in adaptation.
Thank you. Thank you. And Jack, you are by the sea, but by the ocean, but you like mountains, so.
I like the mountains and I like the ocean. I guess I had some similar thoughts about hydropower, about the urgency. I think that's the thing. Yeah, we can't notice climate change so well. I think we see it in some things, but it's so hard for us to notice it. Even when we live in this a beautiful region, I don't see that much difference here in the ocean. Okay, it seems about the same. Same with the people living in this beautiful alpine wonderland that you're talking about. So, but it's urgent. It's urgent for us to invest in this. Because it's not something that we can slow unless we invest today.
Okay, so thank you for the indication. I think, yeah, renewable for sure, and adaptation is a good point. we have to start to organize our basically the protection of the territory from one point of view, but also the economy in terms of adaptation of something that is already started. So this is something that I think policymakers have to think really seriously, and we have the role of helping this analysis, of course. And okay, so I think that I don't see a new question apparently from. Oh no, yeah, there is one. There is a question for Jack Brower. So Jack, can you see the question in the chat, or? Oh yeah, have you seen?
Yeah, I'm seeing it. I'm reading it right now.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, it says, in Italy, our CNG cars, we have every 4 years to make a revision of the cylinders, proper testing structures. The problem, MCTC will rise 800 cylinders, whether made by composite thicker. Question is, do you have in California testing structures, hydrogen cylinder? Okay, so yeah. So hydrogen technologies are still emerging, but there are definitely tests that are performed for all hydrogen cylinders that are used in either the transport trucks of hydrogen or in the hydrogen cars that we have on the road today. And those tests are usually with a factor of safety of something like 3. So in other words, that if you want to store at 10,000 pounds per square inch or 700 bar, you test it all the way to 2,100 bar. Okay, so this is the kind of safety tests that are typically made for these kinds of vessels. And we have not had accident circumstances that have led to any failures that have happened yet. And we have more than 10,000 vehicles on the road right now, hydrogen vehicles. So I think that there are good safety standards and practices that are in place today for this emerging technology. But until it becomes ubiquitous, like used by everyone, you know, there may be some evolution of those safety standards.
Okay, thank you, Jack. And yeah, the topic is of this type of testing of material. We receive a lot of requests also in Politecnico about this. So in case maybe we can discuss in another moment. And okay, so I think we can stop. So I really want to thank Uwe, Ulrike, and Jack, and Stefano Raimondi, who probably has left us before. So to this, I mean, very wide view discussion of which is the future of energy at the global scale, and some aspect also related to the discussion of Jack about the popular thinking and how maybe the popular thinking maybe are not always the correct from the scientific point of view. And I think it's not only related to energy storage, but there are several other aspects of life that, where the popular thinking is not the real, I mean, probably correct in the way to interpret the reality.
Just partially correct. Partially correct.
Partially.
Not the whole story.
Yeah, I agree. And I like this type of slide that you did. And so yeah, I think that we can stop, and especially Jack can go your end of your night. So yeah, so yeah, again, I really appreciate, as you know. And here we can stop this morning session, and I invite you to remain also. I mean, apart Jack, to remain also in the afternoon if you are interested, where companies are will go to present. We are Enel Green Power, SNAM, Total Energies, and C.V.A, which are some player in Europe, basically in Europe. And so I think that I will skip back to Italian. Sorry for that, but the audience is basically Italian.
Very well. We'll resume at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's going to be more about the industry. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all the speakers once again. It's been a true pleasure for me, and I think for the audience too. Thank you very much, and see you back at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
Very well, very well. It's 2 o'clock. Let's resume the afternoon session. Let me introduce myself. I'm Professor Santarelli of the Turin Politecnico Technology University, and I'm a researcher in transition-related technologies, mostly thermocatalytic technologies. All these events are aimed at stirring up the debate, not just in the Valle d'Aosta region, but more extensively about the energy transition. Of course, this has a number of diverse aspects, environmental aspects, economic aspects, recovery aspects, etc. It's an international debate. It helps us move out of the local boundaries to consider international trends and draw inspirations from them. Although from the perspective of an alpine region. This morning we had MITE, IRENA, and the University of California, and I think it was very interesting and also enlightening in certain aspects. Well, this afternoon we're going to listen to the perspectives of major corporations who will play a key role in this energy transition. And of course, I'm sure that's going to be very instructive and very interesting for me, and I think for participants too. So the floor goes to companies. Let's quickly review the agenda and then give the floor to the first speaker. So our panel is very authoritative. We'll have first Nicola Rossi, Head of Innovation Policies and Green Power. I think it's well known to everyone. It's one of the largest utilities in Europe. Of course, it's the largest one in Italy. Then the floor will go to Pierre-Emmanuel Hickel, Head of Innovation of Total Energies, whom I can see already.
So thank you for accepting the invitation. And just short in English. Pierre-Emmanuel, the talk will be mostly in Italian, but it will be a translation, simultaneous translation available in English. So I think this will be good for your understanding, for sure. This morning was mostly in English, but the afternoon I think will be mostly in Italian. And
after Mr. Hickel, there'll be a short break. We'll stop for a short coffee break and then move to Mr. Riccardo Bernabei, Head of Origination and Project Delivery, Hydrogen BU Snam, another very well-known company, Italian company in the gas utility industry, but certainly play an international. And finally, we'll give the floor to Marco Cantamessa, President of C.V.A, a now Valle d'Aosta-based company. But with operations, growing operations all over the country. It could certainly give an innovative contribution for the transition. And then we'll close at around 5, or rather at around 5 p.m. There'll be the final panel that I will coordinate. Each speaker will have about 30 minutes at his disposal, and at 5 the panel will see a mutual discussion with some questions, answering some questions from the audience. I think we are all very happy to have the contribution of these important stakeholders. The floor to Nicola Rossi. There he is. Yes, good afternoon, and thank you for this invitation. I'm very, very happy to take part in this afternoon session. I hope you can see. Yes, good. Just a couple of introductory words. So I'm responsible for innovation of Enel Green Power, and as well as conventional generation. So today I'm going to focus on decarbonizing and energy transition, as we had agreed. My presentation will consist of 3 parts. I will set the stage and then explain the role of green power, and finally tackle the topic of innovation and sustainability in managing this transition, this change, not just in the energy industry. Let me begin with this chart. It shows the projections of by various international institutions. On the 2 axes, you can see the percentage of renewable energies and the rate of electrification with the various published scenarios in different colors. Green corresponds to the temperature increase that shouldn't exceed 1.5 degrees by 2040. What stands out in this chart is that our journey towards decarbonization is a compulsory journey, but we also need something else. So we need 2 things. We need to make energy generation more and more renewable, so 0 emissions, as well as electrify the consumption of energy, once again at 0 emissions. And according to all these projections, a rate of electrification of at least 50% will be required to reach 1.5 degrees by 2050. So decarbonization and energy generation is a long-standing trend. Electrification of consumption is certainly in progress already, but will further develop, of course, in the years to come. And this is also interesting. Here you can see the electrified energy consumption, renewable energy sources at a global level with the various projections. Now, those who project these scenarios review the previous year's predictions, and so And this shows that the two trends are faster than we thought. So these reviewed growing estimates or projections will continue that way, so will continue to accelerate. Why is this happening? Well, because of economic reasons. Because electrifying consumption and producing electricity from decarbonized sources enable us to reduce costs for final customers, as well as avoid emissions in the atmosphere. So it's a good thing for the environment, but it's also economically interesting. So in the past, renewable energy sources were sort of Cinderella. They required incentives, whereas now they have turned into competitive energy sources. So we bet on renewable energy sources because of this. So Enel is a leader in the new energy world. It operates in 5 continents and 31 countries and manages installed capacity of about 50 gigawatts. It's one of the largest in renewable energies worldwide. 75 million end users and 79 million customers. Now, if we look at our investment plan, and we go back to decarbonization and generation as well as electrification, our investment plan in the next 9 years up to 2030 amounts to about 170 billion euros. This budget will concern 44% the grid and 43% renewable energies. 2 sides, 2 souls. Both are necessary because, of course, grids should be able to take the increasing share of renewable energies. Then, of course, we have services, customer services, energy services for our customers. So this reflects the 2 previous trends, electrification on the one hand and decarbonization on the other. Let me now draw your attention on the green slice of the pie, which is the world of renewable energies. It's truly the soul feeding the growth of green power in renewable energies. So it occupies, the whole path from development, engineering, construction, operation, and maintenance. It operates over 1,200 systems in 27 countries, and its plan for the next 9 years, its vision relates to 154 gigawatts with an investment of 70 billion euros. Of course, this growth in renewable energies will be matched by a gradual phase out of coal by 2027. And our park of renewable energies include wind, geothermal, and solar. Now, to enable this growth, we have learned to be more and more efficient and effective in building renewable energy plants. So we have a very long track record, and we probably saw this opportunity before others. Here you can see the installed annual capacity over time. So we started in 2010 with 382 and we'll close the year with 1,000 megawatt of installed capacity. So it's 13 times as much. And building on this new capacity, we want to continue to grow. And by 2030, 15 gigawatts of built capacity is the target, with about 147 projects. So now we mentioned 95 projects worldwide in the different countries. And that's what's part of our vision. So it's an exponential acceleration of something that started a decade ago. And well, in parallel, we're accelerating our exit from fossil fuels. Well, acceleration aims at zero emissions by 2040. We want to exit from coal, that will happen in 2027, and exit from gas too. And therefore, move from the current generation with 50 gigawatts of renewable energy, but some thermal plants with a total renewable energy generation. And so we're accelerating the decommissioning of the thermal fleet to achieve full decarbonization. Here you can see the comparison starting from 2017.
Once you've understood the context and the plan that we have, I work on innovation. So I would like to focus for a minute on the role of innovation. And I would like to do that by introducing our innovation model that we call open innovativity. Innovativity is the combination of two words, innovation and sustainability. The reason why we have created this new word is because we believe that innovation and sustainability are two sides of the same coin. Innovation is the tool to achieve and improve sustainability. And it is the interpretation that we give of innovation when we build our projects and our activities. What does innovation mean? Well, for a company like ours, innovation means many different things. First and foremost, it is technological innovation. In other words, introducing new technologies, or in other words, improving the two main technologies that enable energy transition, so wind and solar power, by increasing flexibility, increasing efficiency, reducing costs, and finding new advanced ways to evolve these technologies, working also on storage and other points that I will illustrate later. New technologies often, almost always, require a change in processes. So normally they enable new ways of working, which means new working processes. The value of innovation comes from the implementation of both these aspects, so the technological aspect and the process aspect. Then there's model innovation as well. For example, we work a lot to target circular models. So circular economy and sustainability are an embedded part of our business, and they're also part of our innovation goals. And then we also innovate in skills. The evolution of technologies, the evolution of processes and models require almost often the development of new skills, new competencies. They do not exist now, but they need to be created in order for the process to follow the direction that we are envisaging. So these are the four leverages of innovation that we work on. Innovation, as we mean it, is open. I talked before about open innovability. Why? Well, because the speed that we've seen before, the acceleration I showed, for instance, in the growth of renewables, means that today it is impossible to innovate following a closed model within a company. So it is necessary to activate the entire ecosystem. We rely on an ecosystem of more than 500,000 subjects. They belong in different worlds. So we have universities, startups, large companies, but we also have suppliers. We have the world of our customers and financial communities, as well as institutions, and the pool of our colleagues. So innovation for Enel is not just made by a few people who work on innovation, but innovation comes from all the people who work for Enel and who are constantly required to contribute to find new ideas and new solutions. You can see some numbers. This is the number of the projects activated in the last 4 years, more than 1,000 projects, more than 20,000 ideas received from the ecosystem that I have mentioned. We've also created a digital platform called Open Innovability. This platform is used to get in contact with this ecosystem of innovators. So on this platform, we publish our challenges and we create a rewarding system to develop the ecosystem and to stimulate them to contribute to find solutions. Some figures on the startups. These are just green power numbers. The previous ones were Enel numbers. Now startups are a huge source of ideas, innovation. So we've created a network of 10 innovation hubs. These are basically radars to seize all possible solutions, and they are located in the areas of the world where innovation is more vibrant. We also have 21 labs. At these labs, we work with startups. We host them, we work side by side, and so we are able to support their growth, and at the same time, we can promote the development of products and services that are customized for our needs. You can see some numbers on the left. We're talking about more than 135 collaborations, 34 projects that have been scaled up. So the message is quite clear. We need to search a lot to find a few new things. Every 100 proposals, we normally scout one project that repays the costs for the entire work. The success rate is not extremely high, but the value generated, even with this rate, is much higher than the cost that we pay to do this kind of innovation. Now, what are the areas where we focus? We work on renewable sustainable growth. We've seen that renewables are growing. We want to support this path. We're looking for solutions that are more and more integrated with local communities, embracing a circular approach. We also work on energy storage. This is a fundamental aspect which will have to go hand in hand with the growth of renewables. We have 9 gigawatt of storage. This is our goal for 2030. So, and we're looking both at conventional systems, but also at new systems for energy storage, not electrochemical ones. We're looking at long-term systems that do not just store for 3 or 4 hours, but even 12 hours to support shifts, for instance. It's the world of green hydrogen. We also work on automation and digitalization. One of the critical factors for the growth of renewables is the availability of skills, human resources. So, of course, digitalization helps because it makes processes more effective and efficient. People can be removed from repetitive tasks and be dedicated to higher added value tasks. I would like to make some examples now. So these are the areas, and let's start with the new frontiers of wind power. This is a wind blade made in composite materials. It is dozens of meters long. The transport is very difficult. It's very challenging because of the size of these blades. Now, what are we doing here? This is a cooperation that we launched with a Norwegian startups, which builds towers, support structures for the rotors, and they are built in wood and steel. This wood has mechanical features that are suited to supporting the rotor. So this is an example of innovation that aims at reducing CO2 emissions throughout the production process. So there's a reduction up to 90%, and we are basically replacing steel with a new material. With this startup, we are carrying out some tests in Norway on this technology, and we are also supporting them in assessing the feasibility of this project for our real life projects. We are also studying how to recover wind blades. They are made of composite materials, but it's quite difficult to recycle this material right now. So what we are trying to do is to create new processes that can allow us to transform that material from waste into a secondary raw material that can then be used, for instance, in the building world or to make insulating materials. This is something that we are working on with several startups, and we are developing several proofs of concepts. From this material, we can also recover glass fiber, which can be used for other products. And we're working on the end of life of products, but we're also working on the development of new technologies that are more circular by design. So I'd like to share, for instance, this project with a startup called ACT Blade. This solution is a blade made with textile fibers. This startup was founded by the founders of a larger companies, and their idea is to use textile materials to build wind blades. So no longer composite materials, but blades made with textile, lighter materials. They can be longer as well and therefore produce more. They can also be easier to be recycled because this material can be recovered and reused more easily than a composite material. Now let's take a look at the solar power. We are working on the efficiency of solar cells. I don't know if you all know it, but in Catania, we have a plant of solar cells, 200 megawatts. So it's rather small if we think of the world of solar power, but it can produce technology that has an efficiency that is much higher than that of the normal solar cells found on the market. Last year, we achieved a world record of efficiency, 24.6%. Higher efficiency means less use of the land. It also means more competitiveness and more sustainability. So this is a project that we would like to scale up and to achieve the gigawatt scale, because it is a unique technology that we've already tested on the industrial scale. The Catania plant is an industrial plant. Still in the solar world, we are trying to integrate solar power generation with our activities so as to increase the rate of soil usage or land usage. These are some tests in Spain, Greece, and Italy. What we are trying to do is to use the corridors between panels to farm the land. This is something that requires a model innovation, because you need to ensure the maintenance of the solar system on the one hand, and you also need to carry out all the necessary activities to farm the land. It also requires product innovation, because not all crops are suited to this kind of implementation. So what we are trying to do in different regions and on different lands is that we're trying to assess what the best options are in terms of crops that can exploit the characteristics of the site. Some crops, for instance, benefit from having some shade, and so production can increase, the yield can increase thanks to the shade. Now this approach is not a traditional one. The solar panels are not elevated. Instead, we try to maintain the competitiveness of solar power production thanks to the integration with farming activities. Another topic are hybrid systems. So we are trying here to use the same connection, increasing the assets that use the same connection to the grid. For instance, hydroelectric plus photovoltaic. This is a picture taken in Catania at our lab, where we have a small lake where we carry out tests. The floating approach is quite interesting. We are trying to study new technologies that can increase efficiency and maximize the value that comes from the presence of glass. For instance, cooling the panels with water is something that can generate efficiency. And the building requirements is another aspect that we are studying. Digitalization, this is another issue, and we were saying it before, using robotics and collaborative robotics and AI can be a way to carry out repetitive tasks outdoors. This is something that has already been done for years indoors. We are now working on outdoor activities. This, for instance, is a drone connected through a cable that powers it. The problem of drones is their autonomy, and solar fields cover hectares. In this case, we have a constant control of the panels through infrared cameras mounted on the drone. The drone is connected to the robot that can transport the drone, power it, and can also check what is happening underneath the panels. Cleaning panels can be done automatically. At the moment, this operation is carried out manually. With a Sicilian startup, we are developing this system that can dry clean the panels in a completely automated manner. Again, efficiency and resilience can be increased. We're working on communication as well. All digital and robotic systems require communication infrastructures. This is something we've developed with an Italian startup called MITE. It's basically a balloon containing an antenna, and we use the antenna to provide network and connectivity during the building phase. It's very easy to build. No permits are required. The costs are low, but it ensures a lot of flexibility and efficiency. I'd like now to spend a few words on hydrogen. We believe that green hydrogen, should be a complementary, not an alternative solution to electricity. When I mention complementarity, I mean that there are some industrial fuels that cannot be decarbonized with electricity alone. They use hydrogen as a raw material. So the idea is to replace that hydrogen. It's a lot of hydrogen, 70 million tons a year in the world, hydrogen that is now used from gas and carbon. We want to replace it with hydrogen produced from renewables. In other words, we want to replace this hydrogen with 100% green decarbonized hydrogen. This is a first segment where we believe that green hydrogen can be a component of decarbonization. Also, another idea is to provide high temperature heat. This is not possible with electrification alone. I'm thinking of the glass industry or the cement industry, where very high temperatures are required. The problem with green hydrogen is that it is still very costly. So if you compare it with the gray hydrogen, green hydrogen costs 3 to 5 times more. So what we need here is to reduce costs. This can be obtained in 3 ways. First, increasing electrolyzers, increasing the scale of production processes for electrolyzers, and also we need to improve the performances of machines. So we need technological innovation. This is a process that we believe can happen even more quickly than we believe and expect. If we look at what's happened in the solar and wind sector, then we can see that, things and changes can happen more quickly than expected. The cost of solar decreased by 9 times and efficiency has increased by 30%. The same is true for batteries. So this is something that will happen once that scale and technological innovation will happen. To facilitate all of this, we've launched an initiative called Next High. This is an initiative that will be implemented in Sicily, where we created an industrial lab to create an ecosystem for hydrogen. Basically, at this lab, we will be able to test components for green hydrogen plants, integrated with a wind system, integrated with the grid, and also integrated with a commercial hydrogen production plant. So basically there will be a commercial part that produces hydrogen, and next to it we will have an area where we will have the chance to flexibly test, install and test machines, electrolyzers with different technologies. In this way, we want to connect the ecosystem of startups, big players, venture capitalists, and universities, which, by the way, are very active in Sicily. And we want to create this infrastructure and connect it to another one that already exists, the Innovation Hub in Catania. We already have 2,000 square meters of offices, 30,000 square meters of labs, and here we can host the startups, we can organize events, carry out training courses with our partners with an ecosystem approach. We are already working with our partners. We are cooperating with more than 24 startups in this world. We've selected them in the world at various innovation hubs. We also cooperate with big industrial players who work in the field of hydrogen, such as C.V.A. C.V.A will be the supplier of the electrolyzers, and also we work with other companies working in the world of industry and research. Now, to close and to finish my presentation, I have a short video that I would like to show to so that you can see how these innovation hubs and centers work.
Imagine a place where you can explore the latest cutting-edge technologies, face industry challenges together with inspirational people, and test your most innovative ideas. Doesn't this sound extraordinary? It's Enel Innovability, a network of 10 innovation hubs and 22 labs around the world that help innovative companies quickly and effectively explore the latest energy frontiers in real-life environments. And in the real world, there's a challenge we all face together: climate change. That's why at Enel, we are working on green hydrogen, one of the most promising scientific developments of our times, and the only sustainable hydrogen that can decarbonize hard-to-abate industrial sectors. By leveraging this ecosystem, we can foster innovation that drastically reduces the cost of electrolyzers, a system that uses electricity to break water into hydrogen and oxygen, and improves their efficiency and flexibility. We are launching NextHy, an innovative project with many moving parts, an industrial platform to develop, test, and scale new green hydrogen solutions, a fully industrially representative testing lab and grid connected and integrated with a wind farm to source the required renewable energy, a unique infrastructure in a side stream configuration respect to do a best-in-class, full-scale green hydrogen production plant, an integrated entrepreneurship ecosystem where we will scout for solutions, host startups, and organize events. This new ecosystem is located in Sicily at the heart of our Technology Innovation Center and counts on a consolidated network of scientific excellences on hydrogen research worldwide. We are working with startups from all over the world. We offer the necessary space, equipment, testing facilities, funds, and expert feedback to rapidly evolve solutions and scale them globally. Join us and create a real-world impact with your ideas and technologies. Are you ready?
Very well. I close the presentation here and I'm at your disposal for questions. Thank you so much. Truly a broad and thorough vision, as we of course might expect from your company. So we went into the technological details too. Any questions? Just have a few minutes. Well, actually, I would have two questions. The second question is related to others already asked in the chat. Well, the first is not connected to energy sources, but rather to your company vision. Your strategy is based on an open innovation approach. So a hub of research and development related to other organizations. Well, clearly Boston, Silicon Valley, Tel Aviv, these areas are the target ones. But generally speaking, how do you identify an ecosystem, a relevant ecosystem? What kind of features are you looking for? Well, just to focus, let's say, locally. So what should be the characteristics? Well, these hubs are related to startups. So we look at the growth and investment dynamics of startups in those areas. That's the first step. For example, in Israel, well, you know that Israel is called a startup country. If you look at the ratio between the number of startups and the number of inhabitants, well, it's truly impressive. And the same applies, of course, to other areas. In Europe, we decided to set up one in Madrid that actually covers the whole of Europe, because in that area, we found a very high level of, very high number of startups. It's a very lively environment. In Italy, we have a hub in Sicily because for PV and electronics, Catania is a very interesting area. The other topic is related to the content. So how aligned is that area with our vision? So we seek integration between the existing startups and our vision. For example, Silicon Valley is a case in point for digitalization. Israel is relevant to water management too, of course, for obvious reasons, and also robotics, very, very interesting. The research is carried out in areas that are sometimes very different from ours. So on the one hand, the area should be lively, and we measure that through specific KPIs. On the other hand, of course, we look for congruence between what's there and what we're looking for. And it's based on that we decided to set up our hubs that are rather scattered around the world. There are areas like Tel Aviv or the Silicon Valley, but there's one in Moscow, for example, for artificial intelligence, because it's particularly interesting there, and of course potentially in other areas as well. Yes, actually, Moscow was the least expected one, but it's yes, it's lively in that domain. Well, that's a very interesting perspective. Open innovation is also relevant to local development. Of course, you need the proper ecosystem. The second question is no doubt a technological one. You mentioned the need for storage, for example, 9 gigawatts. And you said that they may not necessarily be closed electrochemical batteries. So what are the currently available technological options? Yes, please. I think there's maybe connection issue. Hello? There must be a line issue, a connection issue. Yes, Professor Rossi, if you can just turn off the webcam. Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Yes, I was saying that it's related to the required use. There are some short-term applications where lithium batteries are competitive. Can you hear me? We could hear you, but then we lost you. I was saying that for long-term applications from 8 to 12 hours, other technologies may become more competitive. Flow batteries, for example, still have a higher cost, but in our ecosystem, they benefit more, I mean, compared to lithium batteries. And then all the liquid energy storage systems. We're considering also gravitational technologies in addition to electric pumping, the conventional system. We could extend that to the handling of solid bodies, whether you want to store or discharge energy. So, well, there's a Swiss startup with collaborating also with the US, and they're focusing on this. So there'll be a mix of technologies, of energy storage technologies that will be combined to meet different requirements. Some of them will be more short-term competitive, and others will be more long-term competitive. Yes, energy storage means, let's say, reversing a process, and it's a way to combine physical processes and technologies. Some, as you were saying, are more relevant to different contexts, so different duration. Yes, they're complementary. Let me see if there are any questions in the chat. Yes, there's one on renewable energy sources. So what is your share of business of Enel Green Power in Italy, and what is your international share? Well, I don't have the specific figure. As regards wind energy, that will be mostly developed in Europe. That applies to to Europe as well. Of course, we have we're strongly present in Italy, and we are committed to the targets set by the European government. I don't have the specific percentages, but we want to focus on the plans of the Italian government to reach the 2030 objectives. Yes, of course, let's say your biggest commitment in Italy is about PV. Well, it's an excellent piece of news for our country, of course. I think we've come to the end of your presentation. Thank you for sharing your vision. And I'll see you back at 5:10 for the final panel. Thank you for joining us. So the floor to the second speaker, Pierre-Emmanuel from Total Energies or Total Energy, a global company.
Maybe I can skip to English for a while. And so Pierre-Emmanuel, if you want to switch on your camera. It
says that you have to do so.
Okay.
It's not in my hand.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, now it works. Okay. So thank you again for having accepted the invitation. And I think for our point of view is, and also for me personally, is very interesting to have the vision, so the voice of a global player like Total, which is very famous worldwide, and to see especially what are the vision of a player that probably did a lot of the business, still I think does a lot of the business in the area of oil and gas and petrol, but that probably is interesting, especially for this, to see which are the vision for the future in a situation of transition. And I think Total Energies is a company that already has a clear vision for the future. And I'm very, interested to see the talk and the vision. So, the floor is yours, Pierre-Emmanuel, and we have the simultaneous translation, so you can use the language that you prefer. And
okay, I am not the choice, unfortunately, despite having living during 2 years in Savoie. I do not speak Italian.
Okay. Oh, you can decide, of course, your language. I think French is good also for most of the audience. Well, yeah, because in Valdostana we speak French, but yeah, maybe we are not only person from
the slides are in English, but
it's totally fine. It's totally fine in English. So thank you, Pierre-Emmanuel.
Okay. I hope the slides will not be, the presentation will not be too much business, because I saw that Enel has been doing a presentation much more on innovation. So definitely compared to Enel on the green path and the transition, we are a challenger. But we recently hired a young doctor from Politecnico di Torino, so we try to catch up with the best talent in Europe. So you will see. So I'm Pierre-Emmanuel. I'm joined Total 10 years ago. I have been part of some early story of renewables. I have been in REC among the 50 first employees on crystal manufacturing, crystal pulling for PV. And then I have been also part from the heterojunction developments in C.V.A. Before, so the heterojunction technology for the cells, and before joining Total. In Total, I've been supporting the PV manufacturing, and now I'm in the R&D department, supporting the transition of the company. I'm mostly leading the energy storage program. So here you have the actual organization of the group. with some new branches. So on the left, bottom left, you can see gas, renewable and power. It is a new branch that has been set up in early 2017. And here you have one tech, that is a branch where all the scientists and technologists of the group are working now, and this branch will start officially in January 2022. So as you can see, we are transitioning a bit late, behind the schedule a little bit, but doing so. Here first slides just to show the safety culture of the group. All our presentations are starting with safety moments, and now also some environmental moments. It is coming from the oil and gas culture of the group and still remaining, of course, in all our activities. Total Energy, we changed the name in last May, is a broad energy company. And we try, as others, to offer even more affordable, clean, and reliable, accessible energy on the markets. So the main challenge, obviously, is to procure more energy with fewer emissions. And for that reason, we are trying to down our emissions in all our operations and transition in our energy mix. The aim, final aim, will be to be in the top 5 producers of renewable energy by 2030, in 8 years from now. We have commitments. It has been recently taken, and it has been changing, but we have strong commitments in the reduction of our emissions. Meaning that for scope 1 and 2, we have net zero worldwide operation activities target by 2050. Scope 1 and 2 being our own operation and not being excluding the scope 3, that is the usage of our products by our customers. But for the Europe, we have commitment for all the scope 1, 2, and 3. And it is feasible due to the transition of especially the mobility from fossil fuel to electricity. So just it's the opportunity to underline that we answer the needs of our customers, and we play according to the regulation. So we adapt our offer to the market of the moment. That's why we are not always at the forefront of what could be perhaps achievable, but try to answer as best as possible our customers' needs. For to face this commitment and achieve the transition, we will focus still on transition energy, but not only renewables. We will have also gas promoted in our portfolio. Just for order of magnitude, gas is 300 grams per kilowatt-hour, roughly. So it could be a good alternative in a lot of parts of the world to coal production. For the natural gas, we have also biogas and hydrogen, also developing activities in those fields. And we have more and more renewables projects development all around the world. There is some activity, as I mentioned, to decarbonize all our activities. And there are some projects on carbon sinks, even if the best is to not emit instead of capturing CO2 emitted. We have integrated the climate in our strategy in 2015, and now we have also developed some internal scenarios, total energy outlook. So it follows the example of IEA. And on those scenario, we have the momentum scenario and the rupture one. So momentum is reaching the temperature rise bit above 2.2 degrees C in 2100, when the rupture scenario is limited to 1.5 with a sensitivity to limited to 1.7 with a sensitivity limited to 1.5. So as you can see, the momentum scenario has as hypothesis transition from fossil fuel cars to the electricity cars, but not in all the countries. Broad use of electrification, large-scale use of natural gas, still single-use plastic ban, and also China's emission to peak in mid-2020s. The rupture one has more extensive policy in application around the world, with amplification of the increased energy efficiency, further developments of the renewables, and then higher penetration of the new energy carriers. So electricity in our scenario would be the main increasing share of energy. And you can see the difference between the momentum and the rupture scenario, where electricity is having an increased share, and the main change would be the oil share, in the oil and coal share in the overall energy mix, but still remaining some in 2050. For the solar and wind capacity, it should be more than 3 times by 2030 compared to now, reaching in over 3,000 gigawatts by 2030. So in all these market trends, we want to become a major player in the electricity and renewables. We have targets by 2030 of 120 terawatt hour in our portfolio. So it's the first time that I saw this year some terawatt hour appearing in our objectives, meaning that we will go as electrician electricity supplier. The situation now is that we have about 7 and even now more than 8 gigawatts of projects in our portfolio, and we are increasing projects and project developments in worldwide applications. Renewable energy, so being 7 gigawatts right now, we have a target of 35 by 2025 and 100 gigawatts by 2030. So you can see our mix, including the natural gas, solar. We have 8.5 million sites and customers in 2021. We are among the top 3 in the LNG market, and for GRP, for the gas, renewable, and power branch, we have 10,000 employees. Here is a slide showing where we are coming from, and understanding more the transition and the momentum in the group right now. So the first big investment was SunPower in 2011, module manufacturer and project developer in US. Now it is split in 2 activities. So SunPower is still manufacturing modules. Maxion is the new name of the company, supplying modules and manufacturing modules, and SunPower is a US developer, project developer. So we have also SAFT in our portfolio. We are 100% shareholder of SAFT, and battery supplier, worldwide battery supplier, trying to develop products for the mobility in collaboration with Stellantis and Mercedes-Benz. We have purchased several small companies for the distribution and the project developments. Yes, so as you can see, there is an increasing portfolio and partnerships in all the renewables activities. I won't detail all of them, but you can see some biogas activities, some wind activities as well. And we are part of several consortium for the floating wind. So we have strategy for the different geography. We are more present in Europe, obviously, since the history of the group. We are growing in the integration of the electricity supply chain from the production to the supply, through some storage and network grid services. We have CCGT, so the combined cycle gas turbine, as well as renewables in the portfolio. Distribution of gas and electricity in Europe. And we are part of big farm developments, both in international and in Europe localization. For the innovation, we have also, I have not detailed all the innovation we have, but I've been part of promoting some startups in our partnerships and business development activities. So typically on the left, you have Umbrea with mobile panels being set above agricultural field and trying to optimize crops culture. And on the right, you have next to sun technology with vertical bifacial modules that present the advantage of having very low use of land and producing more in the morning and evening, so that solar production can cover the whole day of needs. We have more and more also wind farms. So for the onshore applications, and especially with the networks of Total Energy around the world, and with Total RN, a small company in which we have shares and as project in all the part of the world. One of the great challenge for the group, and one of the bet, is to develop and be main actor in the offshore wind. It's been long discussed before taking the decision, but there are some advantages for the group being part of this activity, since it can bring some key competitive advantage from the EP, all the traditional offshore activities from the group. So some of the good and best knowledge and scientists, technologues of the group on those topics have been involved in the development and assessment of solutions. So we are part of the world consortium and taking part of tenders in Europe, developing some architectures and try to optimize the supply chain to answer at the best of cost and footprint, environmental footprint, to the criteria of the tenders. As you can see, what we see is that we aim at being actor for the floating wind, meaning that it is for the water depths above 60 meters. So there are several advantages there. Is that the wind is more stable and stronger during the whole year. Obviously, facing some difficulty linked to the offshore environment. So we have great budget for this field. And we will also more and more be part of our smart developments with distributed energy generation and resources. As you can see, commercial and industrial markets is growing, and we will be active on all those activities with target of 3 gigawatts by 2025. To complete the solution available and make available to our customers, and for the needs of compensating the alternative production of renewables, we will develop energy storage activity. So we have already some pilots and projects with batteries. As we have studied internally, battery can have some issue. It's perhaps not always the best solution economically and for the global footprint. And we develop some alternative. So we improve the products with soft. And we develop some alternative with partners. So as an example, I mentioned here the green hydrogen with the Massimo project. But we have also some project to install the renewables production and storage to supply our own assets. So we will be the main customers and the main internal customers of the solution developed. And the last part of the presentation I had is more on the decarbonized gases, natural gases. It's part I know less, but still you can see that we have a great activity in this field. On all the value chain, so meaning starting from the production to the liquefaction, trading and shipping, and regasification and supply to the markets. From all these items, we try to assess and reduce our footprint to have the cleaner gas as possible. Especially facing the issue and tackling the issue of methane, but as well all the supply of our activities by developing alternative solution to the fossil fuel, and for the production, liquefaction, regasification, but also even for the shipping, where we try to reduce the fossil use of the ship we are using. So always all these carbon reduction are part of big networking work involving all our shareholders. Here is the world energy demand and the total scenario with less oil and coal than the SDS scenario from IE, but increased part of renewables and natural gas. So the LNG demand would increase in the next decades at a growth rate of 5% per year, as that is the view from our business unit on the field. In this field also. In this field, we are present in operation with a lot of area in the world, carrying and exploiting the gas in all parts of the world. As you can see, we have LNG carriers in our float. We own also fleet. and we have 20 megaton per year of regasification capacity in Europe, for example. Going into the LNG position, so we have increased LNG sales more than 30 megaton per year in 2020 to up to 60 in 2030, with supply sources being either on our own operation or with some joint venture and equity. So in 2025, we will have a portfolio of 11 million tons per year, the gasification capacity of 11 million tons per year in Europe. So that is the number of Europe compared to the number of the world. And we will supply our own CCGT for the base load production of electricity, as well as and the customers in Europe. So we are a global leader in LNG today, and that should not change in the future. We reduce, as you can see, the methane emissions drastically already, and we will further reduce it in the next years. So we have a program, R&D program, to identify the leakage and reduce it. And we will also decarbonize the natural gas by supplying more share of biomethane and including hydrogen, either as an alternative to the gas, either as a complement gas supply blend to the methane used in the CCGT, for example. Okay, so I think it's the end of my presentation. So that is the ambition of the group, is to provide even more energy to the growing population needs of the world, people around the world, at less emissions and being always more sustainable. So I've been focusing on the carbon footprint, but all the emissions are more and more taken into account and evaluated in our overall operations and products.
Okay, so thank you, Pierre-Emmanuel. And yeah, really a global vision of a global company like you are in Total. And yeah, you have several elements of interest. I can start with some, well, I can start to say that the PhD from Torino was making the PhD from with me. Is Marco, yeah, you know, he was working with me for in the PhD in Italy, and then in US he went to Chicago, and so I hope you are satisfied of working with him. Yeah, good.
Very good.
Okay.
I'm not sure if he's listening or not, but yeah.
Yeah, he's very prepared and very smart. And so yeah, I have noticed that there is a lot of an emphasis on liquefied natural gas in the portfolio. Is an important consideration about this. So in your vision, you think that yeah, I'm sure of yes, but the natural gas will have still several years of fundamental role in the energy offer, especially in but depends where, in Europe, but also in other parts of the world. So this is a market of the LNG that is going to increase because of the flexibility of this type of offer compared to the pipeline and so on. So this is a business option which is of good interest and for.
Yeah, it is a group assumption so far. It is seen as a good alternative, especially coal in most of the world area. Perhaps not in the whole world, but in some other country. It will be competing, of course, with renewables plus storage solutions. And we have also this kind of fight and discussions internally in the group, as you can understand. but the official position and the official strategy is clearly that gas is still part of the portfolio for the aid to come. So of course we hear the EU concern about gas and discussion at the moment in between gas and nuclear being part of the acceptable source of energy. I don't know what will be the final decision at the EU level, but even if EU level decide to ban gas, gas can be useful for other localization around the world. Still being part of the solution of reducing carbon footprint of the overall energy mix. So we have to keep in mind that the energy mix worldwide is still at 80% oil and gas, fossil fuel and coal, fossil fuel, and 20% electricity. So the transition will not be tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there is now the discussion about the taxonomy, and yeah, natural gas and nuclear are considered also in Europe. But as you said, probably liquefied natural gas will be also much important for other parts of the world. And yeah, as a global player, of course, you have the vision at the global level. And yeah, this is and probably using this type of technology in some way, you are going to be ready for other type of carrier in the future. I don't know, can be liquefied hydrogen, that some of the technology will be shared, or other type of molecule like ammonia or organic carrier or chemicals. So probably this type of way to trade liquid can be then converted in other type of trade in the medium future.
I was late studying and taking care of those approach. I had this idea in my mind that it would never happen due to the safety issues. It seems so I have now to catch up on those topics. There are huge investment done at the moment, and we have to study the paths and priority paths for those molecules. So I understand that hydrogen has to be the first molecule to be produced on mass scale. There is already for hydrogen some cost issues so far that has to be tackled. So I have not exactly the trend of production, but if it is the case, that's what has been done for the PV or for the batteries, then it's quite certain that we will achieve at some point the hydrogen cost to be cost competitive for the energy supply. But I have no exact speed and trends so far. So I can't say when it will be mass produced. But clearly, we have a business unit internally now in Total studying all of that, and we as R&D players are supporting the developments and the future developments.
Okay, good.
But
yeah, I think I had a meeting in end of August with a business unit in Total. We're in Germany dealing with synthetic fuels, so produced also from electrolysis, high temperature. So it was another group in Total, probably in Germany.
It is on the refinery of Leuna. So we have a refinery in Leuna, and we are working with a company called Sunfire.
Oh yeah, of course.
Using high temperature
electrolysis. Yeah, we work also with them in several European projects. Yeah, I know very well. And yeah, I just take a look to the chat if there are some dedicated. I ask to the audience if you have a question for Pierre-Emmanuel in Total. We have still around 3-4 minutes. Otherwise, of course, I have while waiting. And another topic is, I think, which is important. It is in some way related to the question about Sunfire, and so there is an increasing interest from the aircraft industry about the to adopt synthetic solution, so synthetic fuels and the synthetic aircraft fuel, what is called. We are working also in my research with some company in the area of aircraft, and they are financing to us in the laboratory to the synthesis of some molecule in synthetic form from CO2, recovery CO2 and hydrogen. Do you have a yeah, you mentioned about this? Like, you have a specific policy on this in Total?
We have some, yeah. For the aircraft, there are some internal products developed, the SAF, synthetic aircraft fuel. So I think it's the most advanced product so far to answer the request of this field of activity. I understand that hydrogen might not be the suitable solution since the density of power per volume, per weight is not good enough.
Yeah, for the aircraft, it's harder to go to with hydrogen alone. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Regarding the battery, it's the same. We face some weight issue as well. Yeah, I don't know exactly for the applications. What I know is that we have developments in the most advanced developments are in the synthetic aircraft fuel. Yeah. With so it is being part of the new refinery we have set in Grand Puy. So we had a classic small refinery that has been transformed to produce especially this kind of fuel for the French activities of aircraft companies.
Okay, good to know. And the CO2 that you use is recovered from which source? It
is using used, I would say, biomass or oil, or so it is quite low in carbon. I am not an expert of this field, but the overall footprint is reduced compared to the fossil fuel. Traditional. Yeah.
I hope most of the carbon for the city is coming from the biological areas. Yeah, this is something that is
the concern is, but I have not the grand public figures. I have no clear numbers, so the concern might be the availability of the resource, but I have not studied this part.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you, Pierre-Emmanuel. I think we are at exactly 3:30, and according to the plan, maybe sorry, there is a question. Just a moment. Oh yeah, there is maybe you can see also, but I translate to you. You were also talking about biomethane, and the question is about the interest of Total about the role of biomethane in the future of grid distribution or anyway utilization.
We have also research activity in Pau, in our research center in Pau in southwest of France. We have a link with a startup who is able to identify the biomass resources and optimize the location of a methanizer we could set up. And we have also purchased Fond Roche, who is also a leader in this methanization activities. But that's all what I know. Okay.
Yeah, so there is an interest also of an alternative type of gases and LNG basically, but also other options for the coming years. And so yeah, I think that Pierre-Emmanuel, thanks again. I think we can have an hour break. I only wait for you for the final panel that will be at around 5. Among the 4 speakers will be around half an hour. So thank you again for accepting this invitation. Very honored and to have you in the panel. And so I think that for everybody, I can skip back to Italian probably. So
we can have a break now before I give the floor to Professor Bernabei from SNAM. I thank him, of course, for being here and for accepting the invitation. So we had planned a break of 15 minutes. So let's resume our work at 3:45, 15 minutes break. And then we will immediately give the floor to Professor Bernabei, followed by Professor Cantamessa. And then we will have our final roundtable, a final panel. So thank you. We'll see you at 3:45. Thank you. Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's 3:45, and we'd like to resume for the second part of the afternoon. Well, this part of the afternoon is related to companies with a strategic vision about the energy transition. And we will first have Mr. Bernabé, SNAM, Head of Origination and Project Delivery at SNAM. We know that SNAM is one of the leading companies at the European level concerning gas, but they have a very ambitious vision for the future of energy and energy transition. They are certainly one of the European leaders during these years of innovative momentum. So I'd like to thank him for coming and for his participation. The floor to Mr. Bernabé. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you. I'd like to thank the Professor Santarelli and Fondazione for the invitation. I'm going to talk about hydrogen and about SNAM's strategy to promote the penetration of hydrogen in the next few years.
So I will switch to English to favor the international audience, and will ask for your confirmation if you can see my screen so that I can start presenting.
Yeah, not yet. And
okay, let's try.
Oh yeah, now yes.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
So the presentation is structured over three overall sections. A very brief general introduction about the SNAM as an energy player, as a TSO, and its recent evolution in the energy transition. Then a much deeper focus on the potential of hydrogen and its applications and what we're doing at SNAM to promote its application, and then a dedicated part on the valleys and what Valdosta could represent in such space. So let's get to the content. Briefly about SNAM. SNAM has been operating for 80 years in its core business, which is the regasification, transport, and storage of natural gas. It's historically was born in Italy, but it's present internationally. A very wide and deep presence around Europe, but also recently expanded in the Middle East. We operate in total an excess of pipelines length of 40,000 kilometers, and in terms of storage capacity, 20 billion cubic meters of storage capacity yearly. Starting from our position as a TSO and foreseeing the mission of the ecological and energy transition ahead of us, starting in 2015 mainly, SNAM has branched out in support of the energy transition, and in detail, in particular, it established 5 different business units. They are business unit hydrogen, SNAM for mobility, SNAM for environment, SNAM for efficiency, and Arbolia. Business unit hydrogen, I will give you more details later on what we do at SNAM for hydrogen. SNAM for mobility promotes the use of green gases in mobility, starting from biomethane, bio-LNG, and now also hydrogen. SNAM for environment operates in the production of biomethane, and SNAM for efficiency in the energy efficiency, and then Arbolia in reforestation. So our ambition is to cover all the main pillars of the energy transition in order to make it happen as fast as possible. In parallel to this, conscious of our operations and what our operations in Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 represent in terms of carbon dioxide and greenhouse gas emissions, we set ourselves a very challenging goals that foresee a reduction of 50% of our Scope 1 and 2 emissions already by 2030 compared to our 2018, so a very recent base, and then to achieve a net zero target already by 2040. Going to the core of what I would like to discuss today, I will provide a very brief introduction about hydrogen, its key features, what the different colors are and where it can be applied. So first of all, why hydrogen? Hydrogen is a vector. It's not a source of primary energy. It's a vector, so we can store energy in it and with it. And we can do that starting from fossil fuels, but also and looking forward mainly with the renewable energy. So that is why there is a lot of potential that we believe can extract from hydrogen. And last but not least, hydrogen will be the solution for decarbonizing some sectors where electrification will not be able to do so. What are these sectors? To mention the most important ones, the ones with the highest potential in the short term, definitely heavy industry and transportation. Heavy industry, speaking mainly about refining chemicals, steel making, ceramics, glass, to name a few. Transportation in its different subsectors, so onshore and offshore, and maritime transportation. So onshore, where the battery will not be a solution, we will be talking about hydrogen. So fuel cell electric vehicles that are powered not by plugging in to the energy network and recharging the battery, but by producing electricity to power an electric motor on board by burning hydrogen into a fuel cell. And this will be done mainly not for probably passenger vehicles where battery can be a solution in some cases, but definitely on longer ranges where battery will not be able to support the journey. So heavy duty transport, trains, long haul buses, for example, and then maritime, so shipping and also aviation, as we were talking briefly before. There are other applications that will arise, and definitely a very high potential application of hydrogen will be the one in sector coupling and balancing. So between the energy and the gas system, hydrogen will play a dominant role in terms that it can transfer energy from one sector to the other and vice versa very efficiently. So then very briefly to conclude on this page, what are the different colors of hydrogen that we can expect? So as of today, gray hydrogen is everywhere. 99% of the hydrogen currently produced and consumed is gray. It comes from natural gas and it provokes emissions while it's being produced. We will transition gradually to a much greener fuel mix as we go forward. There will be a transition via different colors, and in the long term, we will achieve a mainly green hydrogen fueled energy system. Green hydrogen is the one where by electrolysis we divide hydrogen. Water is divided into hydrogen and oxygen by using renewable energy into the electrolyzer, which is the core technology that will enable such a process. Where will hydrogen be applied? I've already said that, but when will that happen? Well, it's already a reality in many cases. It depends on the counterfactual scenario. So how costly is the counterfactual scenario, and how much support will there be available for hydrogen to displace the current pollutant fuel? It could be diesel, could be coal, could be methane, for example. And on this page, simplified, there is a roadmap of how hydrogen, at what cost of production hydrogen will be at cost parity versus the fuel that we'll have to displace. Immediately, we already have in the money solutions, especially in trains and long haul trucks applications. Halfway through the next 20 years, so we will see in absence of support. So with support, this path can be achieved with financial support. Apologies. This path can be achieved even in a quicker way. So halfway in the journey, it will be competitive as a feedstock for steel making and refining. And then in the longer term, it will be competitive also when it will reach the threshold of €2 per kilo, so 2040 or before, it will penetrate the industrial uses for as a thermal energy, as a source of thermal energy, and also in the chemicals industry. So here is to continue on the previous page. Here you can see cost projections elaborated by Hydrogen Council and Bloomberg New Energy Finance. That in the light green and dark green curves, especially. Show the forecasted production cost of hydrogen in southern Italy and North Africa. Why are there two different curves represented? Is because the more production is moved towards areas of the world where renewables are more productive, so they're cheaper, then the cheaper will be the hydrogen produced over there. Then there will be transportation to be developed, solutions to be developed, and factor in from a cost perspective. I will talk about it in a minute. But the message here is already today we are in a much better position compared to a few years ago. Let me use the pointer to guide you through the presentation here. We're observing production prices that range from 5 to 7, 8 euros per kilo in southern Italy and North Africa. That is much more competitive than a few years ago, and are steeply descending towards the threshold that the many thresholds that it will be penetrating in order to favorably be applied and economically be applied in the different uses that can be made. I've mentioned that there will be need for transportation because we will need a high amount and availability of resources in terms of renewable resources. So we will have to look not only around and close around where hydrogen will be consumed. So if we think about the main industrial or the main mobility and transportation nodes, in the first phase, the system will develop by looking at local production for hydrogen, but the space will quickly turn out not to be enough, and the renewables in those geographical areas will not be as productive as somewhere else. So gradually, and we expect that to happen already by the end of this current decade. So by 2025 to 2030, there will be the first giga projects in operation. Many ones have been already announced in North Africa, Middle East, in Australia, in Northern Europe. They will be in operation. They will be producing very cheap hydrogen, and we will need to transport that over to the sites of consumption. We will be able to achieve that in many different ways. If we look at thousands of kilometers of distance, we will need ships. We will need to liquefy hydrogen. We will need to turn it into different molecules such as green ammonia or methanol in order to put it on ships and bring it over to Europe and Italy. But we will be able to use pipelines if we look at closer areas of very high productive renewables, such as North Africa, Northern Europe, or Middle East. With pipelines already in place, sometimes, such as for methane, the operators, the infrastructure operators, and SNAM in particular, will gradually repurpose the existing assets and will develop new built where needed in order to transport hydrogen that can be produced at a very low cost. to step back for a second and look at and formalize, crystallize a little bit, what are the main steps through which the system, the hydrogen system and sector will develop, with looking at demand, production on one side and infrastructure in the middle. We can break it down, if we want to simplify, in 3-4 main steps. The first two will look at the local, as I said, production of hydrogen next to the sites of consumption. It will be either point-to-point systems or interconnected clusters of few points of production and consumption. Already there, infrastructure will be able to create a local market, but still more liquid than a point-to-point system, and also it will provide additional security of supply by interconnecting the multiple demand and multiple production sites. Then gradually, as I said, already by the end of this decade, the first giga production projects will be in operation, and longer strengths of pipelines will be needed to be developed. And we will see the ramification, the expansion of the energy network that we're envisioning in order to have a competitive system that can interconnect many players and offer the best economical solutions to the market. So what is DAM doing in order to promote and support the ecological transition and the energy transition? It can be synthesized in 3 main pillars. One is the asset readiness, one is the system design, and one is the value chain development. For asset readiness, what we mean is what we're doing and we've been doing in the last years is looking at our asset base and analyzing it piece by piece by certifying what part of it will be able to accommodate hydrogen and what pressure and what percentage in order to be ready as fast as possible to accommodate increasing presence of hydrogen in the network, be it in blending or as a pure gas to be transported. System design is a collaboration that we carry out with institutions in order to set out the most precise scenarios to support the institutions in their policy making. And then there's value chain development, which is the fostering of application of hydrogen in its different applications. So we are in partnership with different operators along the value chain. We are developing projects in order to produce and consume green hydrogen. A brief focus on the asset readiness work that the SNAM is doing. It's been doing that in partnership with RINA. We've been sharing our knowledge base with the main TSOs in the H2GAR association and in collaboration with many universities. By end of this year, we've assessed basically everything in terms of our pipelines, and we've certified that 70% of it in terms of length can accommodate with no or limited reductions even pure hydrogen or percentages, high percentages of blend. That is supporting our vision that by 2030, the first piece of the hydrogen backbone that we envision for 2040 and 50 onwards will be already in place and operating. The main parts of such backbone that in total we expect it to be 2,700 kilometers long, will run from North Africa all the way through Italy, and it will interconnect Italy to the rest of the European market with the 2 international connections that are already in place today with Switzerland and Austria. The beauty of such vision is on top of interconnecting many markets and especially supplying a very low-cost hydrogen is that we will be able to implement this leveraging in part on the existing asset bases. So that means shorter time for implementation and much lower costs. So again, small competitive hydrogen produced in North Africa with an additional limited cost of transportation because of this optimized infrastructural design will enable cheaper energy delivered to the consumers. In terms of fostering applications at the end user side, SNAM has been intensively working with many operators along the value chains in the different sectors of applications, from heavy industry to mobility and transportation, and in particular has made two important investments in the electrolyzers manufacturing with by acquiring stakes in Industria De Nora and ITM Power during 2020. Some of the projects that I would like to bring as examples, as concrete examples of what SNAM is doing with its partners, are listed on this page. We've been testing high blends of hydrogen as a fuel together with natural gas in industrial steel manufacturing with the C.V.A group and with the presence and certification of RINA. We're doing the same together with Bormioli Group in the making of glass. Apologies, glass. I was looking for that word in my mind. And then on the industrial and services side, we can mention the collaboration with Ferrovie Nord Milano and C.V.A in turning the first of F&M diesel-powered train lines from diesel to hydrogen-powered. The collaboration with Tenaris and Edison to decarbonize part of Tenaris Dalmine steel-making plant, in particular the electric arc furnace that will be supplied with 100% hydrogen, green hydrogen, by the middle of this decade. And then we're involved in a number of projects, especially with airports, in providing carbon-free solutions in their mobility and civil uses of energy. Last but not least, in the ceramic sector, we're bringing forward a project together with Iris Ceramica Group in implementing a carbon-free and hydrogen-enabled ceramic making sites. I will keep, in the interest of time, a little bit on the details of some of the projects, and we'll approach the last part of the presentation. In terms of hydrogen valleys, a message that I would like to share with you, a vision that I would like to share with you today on the geography of primary interest for this panel is what is a valley again, and what Val d'Aosta can represent, what role can play with its assets. Again, the valley, the concept of a valley is a accumulation of different production points and usages. It can benefit, it's the first or the second, if we look back at the four main steps I depicted earlier, it's a second stepping stone in this decade-long journey. It will be a key step in order to enable the technological transition of the end users. So if we look at industrial uses, we can take, for example, the burners in order to burn fuels, green fuels to produce thermal heat. We can look at buses, trains. We will need to operate all together along the value chain in order to coordinate the investments that are necessary, not only for production of hydrogen and transportation of hydrogen, but also for the usage of hydrogen. On the end user side, and the valley in this, it's definitely a key moment of transition that will then evolve into an interconnected system that will look out of the valley for the supply of the additional hydrogen it will require to reach the final net zero target, because the valley itself will not be the solution for the long term, but will be the first step to reach the solution, the final objective that we've set ourselves for 2030 and 2050 in net zero. Integration with the renewables will be paramount, and it's been so far in the implementation of projects. We work, and there is opportunity to work with solar, with hydro and wind, with the present and existing, but also by developing new renewables in order to produce green hydrogen. And definitely Val d'Aosta has all the features in place in order to kickstart its transition, the transition of its energy consuming and greenhouse gas emitting energy uses, and it can do so by leveraging its abundance of renewables, but also the presence of a very well developed transportation network, both railway and buses, but also a developed industrial activity, especially in the steel making. So with this vision and message, I would like to close my my speech. And then again, thank you for the attention and for any questions that you may want to share.
So thanks a lot, Dr. Bernabei, and thank you for the. Of course, I was expecting a broad vision from SNAM, and with a special focus on this possibility offered by hydrogen. And probably, if you don't mind, also according to most of the audience, maybe we can skip back to Italian if you don't mind. There is anyway a translation to English.
Ah, perfect.
And yeah.
Well, you've touched a topic that I believe is very interesting for most of the people who are connected and that are related to the Aosta Valley. As for a hydrogen valley, the Aosta Valley seems to be a valley, geographically speaking, but also in conceptual terms, because of the context that it has around it in terms of renewables and its territory, etc. So I have seen, and you explained in your presentation, what the two main topics are, namely transport and the industrial sector, in particular the steel industry. How do you think that you are going to develop this? It's always a matter of, who comes first, the chicken or egg. This often comes up when we talk about hydrogen. Does production come first or demand? And if they don't meet, we are in a standby situation. Do you have any vision? And I guess that Professor Cantamessa, who will take the floor next, can give us some explanation on this as well. But do you have any ideas, any visions on this aspect? Well, this is a very good question. This is something that we will have to build step by step, brick by brick. So there will be demand on one side and production on the other. Production will require greater and greater centralization, but everything starts from local applications, and this is why the valley becomes so important. But everything originates from demand, so we need the support to this energy transition so that users can welcome hydrogen either as a blend with methane or replacing other fuels in their lives. Today, the switch from diesel to pure hydrogen is more imaginable because cells would allow for an immediate transition in transportation. We are also studying the conversion or the retrofit of endothermal engines so that they can use a blend of hydrogen in the mix that they currently burn. So everything starts from demand. Working on rather small scales, we will be able to make sure that this chicken paradox is solved. So we will design together both the demand and production. So I believe they will grow at the same time. Of course, this will happen in nearby geography to reduce the logistical complexity. But once the system evolves, then the percentage of hydrogens used will become greater, and I believe that the paradox will certainly disappear and we will see more flexibility in the system. Yes, and starting from local applications, as you mentioned in your presentation, is something that I can agree with, of course, and this is the policy that possibly will be followed, especially in the first steps. I have another question that comes to mind. We often, I mean, in the power to gas protocols, and power to gas is already hydrogen, but often the synthetic option is also taken into account because the system is completely fit for methane. Not just the pipelines, but also users. They have their heaters and so on and so forth. So according to SNAM, do you think it makes sense to have at least a period where methane can play a role, or is that something that can be completely bypassed? Because colleagues and students often bring this up, and it's something that is debated. Well, yes, this is certainly something that is interesting and that is being debated. Synthetic circle 4 is a lever, is a partial lever to decarbonize. It's one of the many that are available. As SNAM, we believe that there will not be one solution fit for all. Among the many available solutions, among the many technological solutions to decarbonize, there is room for synthetic methane. If and where this will happen, well, it will depend on the context. It will certainly be necessary to capture CO2 in large volumes and at competitive conditions. There can be industrial contexts that offer this opportunity, and that means that a circular system of power to gas producing CH4, synthetic CH4 could work. CO2 capture could be used to produce synthetic CH4, but also synthetic fuels, as my colleague from Total was mentioning. So if there is no opportunity to absorb the power to gas into the grid, then you can just produce pure hydrogen. Or you could create another molecule with an even higher added value if the market requires it. The general answer is yes, there is an opportunity, but that will depend on the context. Yes, and I agree with you. In some contexts, that kind of molecule can have a role, especially where there can be sources of CO2 that can be recovered at lower costs. But in other contexts, with lower CO2 concentrations, it would certainly be too expensive. And it's true, there are opportunities to synthesize molecules with an even greater added value. That is certainly something to be kept in mind. I can think of methanol, etc. I'm just looking at the chat to see if there are any questions for you. There's one question.
About some information about the material of new agent piping. In ceramic industry, it is foreseen a blending of agent. Which max percentage?
Well, one has to do with the materials for pipelines for hydrogens, and that's a good question. Well, I go back to what I was saying before, namely how ready the SNAM grid is to collect hydrogen. It has been almost entirely 33,000 kilometers in Italy. The result is that about 70% of the grid is already compatible with the transportation of hydrogen in different percentages up to pure hydrogen, even at the pressure that are currently used. So we don't need new materials for hydrogen piping, because the existing piping materials, according to American standards that have been applied in our testing, well, according to our analyses, the materials that we use seem to be already fit. So in terms of piping, we don't really need significant technological revolutions. As for the ceramic industry, and the question is on the hydrogen blending, well, this is something that is certainly happening. It's an opportunity that can be seized. The maximum percentage that can be achieved is dictated by the value chain. So the pipeline and the end use, based on the type of technology that is installed on the industrial side, we can then define the percentage. At the moment, 10 to 20% hydrogen is something that can be done without significant works. And then over time, further works will be made to support higher percentages. It is, of course, important to ensure the same performance of furnaces and the same results in terms of products. We carried out the same test with the partners in the field of steel, C.V.A. group. We tested a 30% blend with no changes in the structure in the plant, and the performances are the same. Yes, this work is very well known. And congratulations, because you are doing a lot to innovate. One last point. In fact, no, I have seen another question in the chat. In SNAM's vision, generation will happen in Africa as well. I wonder whether we are already discussing specific agreements with the governments of those countries. Any steps in this direction? Well, Italy has historical relations with these countries thanks to developments in previous years. Eni, in particular, worked on these relations. So thanks to this heritage, thanks to this legacy, there will be future developments that are very feasible and very possible. Yes, the relation is an historical one. It already exists. And hopefully, there will be a development that can bring benefits and positive outcomes locally as well. Africa has huge potentials, I believe, in the field of energy transition. It is a continent that is very rich in renewables and non-conventional materials. So it has huge potentials to innovate and to leapfrog to the energy transition, skipping what we've been through with fossil fuels. So it is a wonderful challenge, I believe, also in geopolitical terms. So I think that we've had a very extensive discussion with Mr. Bernabé. Thank you very much for your availability. I think that we can now, well, we'll see you in about 40 minutes for the final panel. We'll see you with the other speakers. In the meantime, I thank you very much for the time. And now I would like to give the floor to Professor Cantamessa, my colleague and friend who works at the Polytechnic. And he's also the president of C.V.A. He has very important roles at the Polytechnic, and he has a key role within the C.V.A. as the president. This company is very relevant in the Aosta Valley, but I believe that it is playing a very important role also beyond the Aosta Valley. The current management is, I believe, making great progress. Thank you, Marco, and I'll give the floor to you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you, Massimo. Thank you for your invitation. And thank you for the kind introduction, even too kind. It's with great pleasure that I've accepted the invitation to participate in this extremely interesting event. You don't always have the chance to listen to such discussions with the right time and attention. We often go to conferences where everybody has only 10 minutes to speak. Today, we've really had the time to delve into all the topics. So thank you very much.
Let me share with you C.V.A's vision, knowing that we're very, very small compared to the major players that we hosted this afternoon. Compared to Enel, just to give you an order of magnitude, just to 1/40th. So we are big in this region. It is, we are a big company, but we are small compared to the major players we listen to. I'm going to subdivide my presentation into 3 steps. So I'll set the stage and see who we are and what we do, some considerations about the energy transition, and then I'll specifically focus on our vision and what we are aiming at in the Aosta Valley. Well, we've always been renewable. This is our claim, and we certainly became even more so when the region of the Aosta Valley region decided to become really very focused. And so we acquired the chunk of the Enel that was located in the Aosta Valley. And then in 2010, we cast our glance beyond our borders to further diversify, because we wanted to avoid being only concentrated in one region, avoiding the risks inherent to that. And so we decided to acquire PV and wind systems. More or less at the same time, dello, the electric distributors, joined the group, and we have approved a strategic plan for 2021-2025, which is at the core of the energy transition. So what we're discussing is really in line with our values. So we decided to remain green. We were born green, but we decided not to distribute gas, so we decided to stick to electricity and not collect waste, for example, as other utilities are doing, so as to stick to our core business. That's rewarding for us, since while moving towards the energy transition, this is what we do, and when we need to allocate investments, we don't have to discuss, with other business units. That is our core business. Well, of course, we look at 2029 when there'll be a reassignment of hydropower concessions. And so even before 2020, well, that's going to happen even before 2029. That's, of course, a key milestone. So we have 32 hydropower plants in the Aosta Valley. One of them crossing the border with Piedmont, almost 1 gigawatt, 3 billion kilowatt hours produced in 2020. So we rank 5th in Italy. We have 8 wind power plants here, but most are in southern Italy. 283 million kilowatt hours produced in 2020. 3 solar power plants, 12.5 installed megawatts, 16 million kilowatt hours produced in 2020. And we are also, this is the core, and we are slowly growing other streams in renewable energies. So what is our vision? Well, the energy transition is a key change, and it's also a very complex one. This slide shows on the one hand, the tweet by Ursula von der Leyen saying Europe is ready to lead the way. But then we have a quotation by a rather profound analyst saying, careful, careful. It's not going to be a garden of roses because policymakers are at a stalemate. I mean, if we move too slowly, we may run into trouble later, but if we're too fast, there'll be imbalances, there'll be ruptures right from the beginning, and there'll be no available or limited availability of cost-reducing innovation, so time is of the essence. So as all the other industrial actors, as all policymakers, and as well as final consumers and energy consuming businesses, we're all faced with challenging decisions. Shall we build or not build a PV system in Sicily, or for a household? It might be, should I improve the energy efficiency of my flat, yes or no? So these are all complicated decisions. Why? Because the energy transition is something that touches upon so many different areas. It touches on technological aspects. We can implement an energy transition only thanks to the technology, but actually it is not yet complete. We should expect something more to emerge. And of course, I'm also referring to the business models of each individual company. So we heard Total, for example, we heard about the transformation of their business model, or SNAM, from the transport of gas and methane to hydrogen, for instance. Geopolitical factors. One of the reasons why energy transition is in progress now is not just to counter climate change, but also since when we were too dependent on fossil fuels, we were too dependent on turbulent geographical areas. But the energy transition may really cast into a dependence on other geographical areas because of they might be production sites or other reasons. So these changes may entail the disruption of entire industrial productions with an inherent employment or unemployment risk. and the need to put remedy to this. Will suffice to think of what happened when Macron decided to add a tax or increase taxes on diesel. Well, France was invaded by the Gilets jaunes, by protests, and it was just a small tax on diesel fuel. And indeed, this is the risk. Well, you might say, why are you looking at it from a political perspective? Well, because as decision makers, we need to tackle projects in a multi-decade horizon. This is what we need to do. So what are these bottlenecks, also mentioned by the economists? The very first one is the transparency or the lack of transparency about scientific evidence, or the lack of scientific evidence to define far-reaching policies in both space and time. And then price fluctuations. When we went to school, we considered prices as signals of supply and demand, and indicating when it was time to produce or to buy. However, we should neglect financial speculation, for instance, that fosters volatility in prices and impacts on whoever needs to make a decision. However, fluctuations are induced by the policies themselves, and this generates spikes. And we all experimented it industrially. I mean, what happened with the super bonus, with rocketing prices of anything from scaffolding to steel or whatever. And that's not enough. Well, prices are no longer associated to demand and supply, and so the intervention by the public authorities certainly creates uneasiness. This is rather problematic, since one wonders what's going to happen if decision makers should adopt different decisions. I'm thinking of Norway, for instance. Norway was a pioneer in spreading out electric cars with high incentives. And then when they said, well, we can no longer levy taxes on conventional vehicles, and we have to, levy taxes on electric vehicles, well, things started to change. Or there might be imbalances along the value chain. What does it mean? It means that everything should go hand in hand and should grow together. Or think about the spreading out of electric cars. I mean, if it stepped up too quickly compared, vis-a-vis the grid network, or I mean, it would be impossible for people to charge their vehicles. And then another question is, what is the role of private stakeholders? Well, entrepreneurs may be looked at wearing Schumpeter's glasses. The entrepreneur is the one creating breakthrough innovation to enable a new world, even before somebody has conceived it, or it might be an arbitrator, somebody who collects some money here, some money there. So actually the role of the private sector is diminished by public interventions, and there is little space for creativity or entrepreneurship or room for business with a decent return. And finally, the issue of time, the old Latin saying, festina lente, yes, hurry up, but slowly. So that means that we shouldn't be too fast and we shouldn't be too slow either. Well, this is the challenge now. We need to step up because otherwise decarbonization goals will be missed. Well, this is by Wind Europe, a European association about wind power. And it shows that as regards onshore, the time to get permits ranges from 2 to 5 years, time for design and finance 1 or 2 years, and then 1 year to build. So that's the time required. So collecting approvals and solving controversies or community protests or whatever, it takes ages, whereas it takes much less, much shorter time to build. In other cases and in other countries, the opposite might be true. In Germany, things are faster. In Italy, the average time is at the permitting stage is 6 years. Now, not necessarily the approval you got is a final one. And for instance, in Italy, this is leading to an extremely challenging situation. We should install 7 gigawatts by 2030, according to the target set, but we can only do that with 0.8 gigawatts. We'll never get to 7. By 2030, we might get it by 2100. Now, there is a risk of regulatory paralysis since nobody's already written regulations. To be on the safe side, they'll say no. And that's a big issue for hydrogen. What you can see here is a refueling station for hydrogen in Scotland, I think. It's very beautiful. You can see the hydrogen pump here, and here you can see the electrolyzer or the tank, etc. Forget about it in Italy. If I show something like this to the authorities, they say, no, you're not allowed because hydrogen is very dangerous. And regulations point to sort of atomic bunkers. So we end up in a regulatory paralysis because if you try something new, safety rules and rules of the game stop you. And now another big challenge is that these changes require communication between and among different players, different stakeholders. We'll think of the electric transition. Car makers must talk to electric utilities to work out integrated business models. C.V.A. and S.p.A. were in different businesses, but now we are learning. And actually, we developed a framework agreement to collaborate. But that's not enough. I will have to interact with the local transport company for tests in the Aosta Valley. Now, all these are very, very difficult topics. Companies that never work together do not know what to do and have no common business model. It's not always a vertical business model. I mean, I do something, I sell it to you, and you sell it to somebody else. There are often transversal businesses or business models, but we're not used to that, and we need to accelerate that transition. So we need to step up. It's not easy. Large companies tend to be slow, public decision makers are slow, but even civil society. I may, for example, build a number of recharge columns in the Aosta Valley, but will people actually buy electric cars or not? So if we were all faster, the transition would be faster. But if somebody breaks or rather slows down, all the others are slowed down as well. So whenever necessary, we need to proceed slowly. Why? Well, the first risk that I see is the risk of technological lock-in. When you move fast, you end up choosing the technological solution, which is the best one at this moment in time. And that can be excused if done by a company, but not by a policymaker. And I'll give you an example. If I want to build a storage system for my wind plants, well, hydrogen is still expensive, and therefore I would choose a lithium battery storage system. Well, this is rather absurd. I think the American expert this morning said it. He said, if you want, to ensure storage for the whole world, you need 300 planets to extract lithium and cobalt. So you can't do it. So that's very unlikely. However, for a small company involved in storage, that's quite normal. So to step up, people or companies tend to choose the wrong technological solution, and so you end up in a sort of lock-in. Well, this used to be a very interesting car, an electric car, but it remained dead letter, as it were, over a century ago, because the internal combustion engine superseded it and actually blocked the development of electric cars.
So what is the message? Is that if we go too fast with solutions that seem to be better today, we are really deflecting investments from solutions which could be better. This is the risk of hydrogen, and this is also the risk of nuclear power. This is one point. Also, we need to avoid bullwhip effects in terms of imbalance of demand, offer, and prices, because policies need to be fast. Here you can see the trend of prices in the last 50 years. And this is the price of timber, which is useful in the energy field. And here you can see the unbalance. These prices are problematic to manage. And then, of course, there's the problem of the industrial reconversion and the reskilling of workforces. It's something that can be handled and managed because 10,000 years of history have taught us that every industrial revolution has caused unemployment, which was later reabsorbed. But if this happens far too quickly, then things become more complicated, because what happens then is that, yes, it is true that some workers can be immediately reabsorbed and retrained. We heard today that those who work on offshore platforms can work on gas offshore systems and structures, but it is true that sometimes there's a compensation among sectors, and it's not always easy to transfer workers from one sector to another one. So once again, it's a matter of finding the right pace and not being too quick. How can we do all of this? Well, we cannot stay still, so we need to avoid inaction. We need to find the right timing, though, and most importantly, we need to aim for agency. We need to become active actors and do something and try and be global leaders across the value chain. So for us, for instance, the point is not just being good integrated electrical operators here in the Aosta Valley, but we want to become the starting point of a transformation that can expand beyond our valley. If we can attract industrial productions towards what we are doing, the happier we are, because it means that we can create more wealth around us. Otherwise, the risk is that we just buy photovoltaic panels, commodities, but that's just transferring wealth from one place to another. What should we avoid? Well, we should avoid fracturing the complex system. We should avoid missteps in execution. And most importantly, let's not neglect old-fashioned hydropower, because we are talking about many things. The Recovery and Resilience Plan talks about many forms of energy, but overlooks hydropower. However, if you look at this, hydropower produces half of the renewable energy in Italy. These are data from this morning. So you see that hydro is still very important. First of all, because the volumes are high. If with the right care, we could further increase the volumes. However, we should make sure that structures, plans do not become obsolete because they're not correctly maintained. Hydro also has another advantage. The plants have a very long duration. They have a very long life cycle, which means a lower impact in terms of CO2. If you think of solar panels, their life cycle is much shorter compared to a dam. And also, hydro can be programmed. You don't have the problem of fluctuations throughout the day. You can plan, you can program production. This was a long introduction to then talk about our perspective. We have a 21-25 strategic plan. It covers about 600 million euro investments, but it already looks at 2029 because that's the end of our concessions. So the strategic plan has 6 pillars. The first one is to continue and work in our operations as hydropower operators, consolidating our competencies in order to participate in tenders. We're also looking at important repowering and revamping projects for some of our concessions. Some historical concessions that we have do not fully exploit the potential of the water of those basins because they were built 100 years ago and another one 60 or 80 years ago, meeting the needs of the local industry of the time, but we could repower them. Also, it is important to retrofit the automation systems that we are gradually changing. We've produced some technologies that can greatly improve the efficiency of our plans. We also have plans to invest to produce an extra 500 megawatt of new installed capacity in co-development. So starting from the beginning of the chain. And that, of course, is focused on new wind and solar power plants. We need to look at the prices of materials as well to build. We want to work a lot on energy efficiency to make buildings more energy efficient. We started this year with the super bonus in the Aosta Valley with very good results. The plan covered 3,000 flats, but we are probably going to work on many more than that. We're also to invest in distribution as well. 100 million, if I remember it correctly, to refurbish the grid and to increase the resilience against the weather events. We also aim at upgrading the grid in view of the energy transition. So we are aiming at increasing the capacity, and we're also looking at a smart grid. We will soon launch a replacement action to replace the first generation generators. We would like to be pioneers in this region in the use of all the connected services. Sales development is another area of investment, so we want to increase the number of retail customers that are keen on clean energy. We are not also on a smaller scale, but we also have an open innovation project. We would like to work on all these technologies, green hydrogen. We also have an agreement with SNAM, but we also want to work on other storage technologies and hydro pumping and on flow batteries too, which I believe are still work in progress, but are very promising. We want to work on energy communities. We are now carrying out assessments in buildings or small rural communities. The Aosta Valley itself could become an energy community, and then we are going to invest in all the efficiency leading technologies. So from AI for predictive maintenance to drones to control and monitor our plants, etc. So this is a joint goal of the Valle d'Aosta Regional Authority as well. Our shareholder is the Aosta Valley Regional Authority. We are autonomous, of course, but we share with our shareholder the goal to work to make sure that the Aosta Valley is a fossil fuel free region by 2040. We are here and the regional authority is our shareholder, but we know that all of this requires that we involve all important stakeholders in this work. And this is not easy at all, because it's easy to talk to your shareholder. It's not that easy to talk with the external industrial players and with actors who didn't even know us before. I was mentioning a pilot project before. On hydrogen for local public transportation. Now that means working together with SNAM, with a hydrogen distributor, the company that works, that is responsible for local public transport. So it's many actors that have to be brought together, but it is important to try and bring together all the relevant actors to also create jobs in the Aosta Valley. So the idea is to create a small district of clean energy around us. This is very helpful also in social terms. The energy transition might not be seen positively by the entire population, but if people see that this also creates new jobs for, let's say, their children or their relatives, this might change the perception as well. And here we have pictures from several initiatives to raise awareness. Our initiatives are aimed at elementary schools, so we have brochures. We also organize tourist tours around our plans. We also organize virtual visits because we want that these topics are known from the inside by our children, our citizens, and the tourists who visit us. It's important for them to understand the complexity of the issues. And then, of course, we are working on climate change as well. And we would like to have a more decisive and articulated approach, because this is something that hits us greatly. In all of this, we need to come to terms with the rigidity of the green regulations and the green finance. It is a problem for us. It sounds paradoxical, but it is a problem. If we were a non-green company that's decided to follow the green path, all doors would be open. But because we are already green, things are actually more complicated for us now. If we create a green bond to support ourselves, often we are asked, well, tell us how you're going to reduce your CO2 emissions. But we already have very low CO2 emissions or none at all. So, I mean, there are some complexities and some rigidity, but the overall result can be very important and interesting for the Aosta Valley. The Aosta Valley is an autonomous region, and the topic of sustainability is part of the local culture. So we don't need to convince people. Sizes are quite small, so it's a small region, and it's easier. The are located between the Po Valley with its industry. There's also Switzerland, France, Central Europe. If we had to put a hydrogen pump in Aosta, that's quite easy, and it will be profitable, because then the trucks that have to go to the Mont Blanc, hydrogen trucks, they can stop there. The first supercharger by Tesla in Italy was installed there. One of the first hydrogen pumps could be placed there, and the region can implement some foreign direct investment initiatives. C.V.A. is an actor that believes it can give a contribution, and also because the size is big enough to make some necessary investments. Less as NAM, but still rather significant ones. And it's also, the size is not too big to be able to be agile enough. This is our perspective, and with this I can close my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Cantamessa, for your presentation. You often, some points are overlooked. We work, I mean, when we think of authorizations and procedures, they can take years and have a strong impact on the investment of a company. And also thank you for touching on the cultural aspect and the entrepreneurial models that you mentioned in your presentation. With Marco, we often talk. I would have many questions, but I'd rather give room to the questions from the audience. Marco, as you can see in the chat, there are some questions for you. One from Bettina Geisela. I don't know if you can see it. It's on concessions. Hi, Bettina. I will answer in Italian. Well, this is a very, very good question. This is a very long story. This is our situation. Italy, with many European countries, was brought to the European Commission. There was an infraction procedure because we didn't have tenders on hydroelectric concessions. Now the European Union, just a few months ago, decided to stop this infraction procedure for all countries, because the hydro sector has different characteristics than the normal industrial sectors. The Italian government, nevertheless, is well, tends to want to make tenders. We would be happier with extensions. But the situation, this is problematic for two reasons. Well, first of all, there is no reciprocity among European countries. The risk is that we are the only country with tenders for hydro concessions, while the other countries don't have them. And so that would be a disadvantage for us. It means that we cannot go and look for concessions on the other side of the Alps, which actually would be very useful for us to diversify. Imagine if we could have concessions on the other side of the Mont Blanc that would balance the seasons when it snows on one side or the other of the Alps, and instead the foreign actors could come to us with a cost of capital that is lower as well. So this is a problem for us as operators that is quite big. The other risk that I see is that tenders are launched to avoid procedures and problems with administrative courts. And the risk is that these tenders only look at price. So who's going to pay more? And this is a problem. Why? Well, because this would, well, let's say that the economic actors that give concessions need money, but price is the most objective thing of all. But this is a problem because we feel that really we should adequately evaluate the aspect of skills and of projects, the projects that you want to do to obtain the concessions. These are systems built 50, 100 years ago. They are obsolete. So the important thing should be to reward those who want to renew these structures, and in order for these structures to have another 50 or 100 years of life ahead. But this requires a complex assessment. But the jury is out at the moment because we don't know what the rules are yet. A temporary law is being approved by the parliament, but there are only some basic principles. Yes, for tenders, the state and regions will have to coordinate. The Aosta Valley region is an autonomous region, so of course it can play on that. But as I said, I hope that the skills aspects and the project aspects will be adequately taken into account. Thank you very much, Marco. I'm happy that you're not scared of rules. This is a good approach as an entrepreneur when it comes to these kind of tenders. We have a question. I think it can be the last one because we are running out of time. It's a question on energy communities. Oh no, you're interested in, you have an interest. Yes. What we've launched a series of analyses with the Politecnico of Turin and the Politecnico of Milan. So we carried out 2 parallel projects to look at energy communities, both in buildings. It's the easiest thing of all, but we've also tried to look at the possibility of having small villages that become energy communities. Let's say a place where there's a mix of industrial buildings, residential buildings, agricultural buildings, and they could become an energy community. Now, at the moment, the results are only applied study results, not just theory. And the results show that really the potential is there. Something can be done. We still haven't implemented anything just because we want to see the legal evolution. On this point, there are some new regulations. So I think that in 2022, we will do something. The important thing, however, that we need to keep in mind is that energy communities, and the word is self-explanatory, is follows a bottom-up approach. A big operator like C.V.A. can be a facilitator. We can be suppliers of services, and we're happy to be providers of services, but the initiative needs to follow a bottom-up approach. We cannot go to a building or a village and say, this is how you should do things, because, you know, the freedom of users must be ensured. So the different interests must meet. This is there, and we'll be happy to work on this, on the approach of energy communities. We already have some data that help us assess whether things can be profitable or not. Costs can be reduced, and this is something that is very important for everyone right now. Of course, we have many other questions, but unfortunately, we don't have the time to answer all of them. It's already 5:10. The day's been very long, and now we have to move on to the final panel with our 4 speakers. Also because Mr. Bernabei needs to go in about 10 minutes. So I think it's time now to start the final panel. A panel that might be a little bit shorter than planned. We've had time to discuss many points until now with many speakers. So, yes, we can start the panel now.
Well, it's not easy, of course, to set everything in a unifying framework. We certainly heard from companies that are all implementing networks, energy networks, that are now developing in a different way. But we're also referring to the power grid and the gas network. So they share, of course, a strategic role, not just for Italy, but for the whole of Europe. Of course, they are the 2 main networks, and they're supported by artificial intelligence networks that can improve their management potential. And of course, we heard about hydrogen that can be a replacement or can be added, and maybe CO2 too. So in the offer of these new technologies, both in the electrochemical sector and also soft technologies, can you see greater flexibility thanks to these the connection of these different networks? A collaboration might be desirable to provide greater flexibility to the system. Could this be rewarding for the future? I can still see there Mr. Bernabei will have to leave us, and Professor Cantamessa, I don't know whether Professor Mr. Rossi and Pierre-Emmanuel Hickel are still connected. Yes, here I am. I have to leave at 5:30. Let me start with Mr. Bernabei. Well, of course, the potential you mentioned is there. We can see the implementation of new technologies to amplify the efficiency and efficacy of existing networks, but also to maximize interaction. In terms of gas, for instance, there are several digital innovation initiatives to maximize safety and efficiency, to reduce waste or losses, and to develop flexibility. And then if we look at the integration of gas and the electric grid, well, synergies can be huge. And to leverage them, we should rely on automation on technology and on IT networks. For example, for generation, we can certainly enhance it with the various solutions, pumping, power to gas, and others. So the greater the support of IT and automation, and of course, the higher the value that we can extract. So you can see that there are very interesting opportunities, for example, for gas to power or storage, pumping, and other options. So there can be greater flexibility and therefore greater energy benefits. Yes, I certainly agree. On the floor to Mr. Rossi, who will have to leave us. Well, the software component will play a key role for smart grids in the future. Smart grids, meaning grids that can manage less defined flows compared to the past, and grid automation is key to enable the energy transition. We can, of course, plan to grow renewable energies only if we have a grid to support it. And of course, we need to modernize the energy grid, the power grid, considering that in the past, things were different. Generation and distribution flows were completely different. So we need to implement a significant integration. We're talking about hydrogen. I think that green hydrogen can generate flexibility in the grid. We mentioned energy storage, and in the end, an electrolyzer is a load that can be managed in a variable manner, and that can be used to produce hydrogen with a surplus of energy, or it may be released when there's lack of energy. So it can enable a demand response model to enhance system flexibility. Well, this is an interesting revenue stream that can be activated. The production of green hydrogen is not just rewarded based on or through the selling of hydrogen to the user, but also of services that can be combined with the first revenue stream and thus support the model as a whole. So this is another interesting topic. Well, perhaps the integration between the electric and grid and gas network, well, I can see that as less interesting, let's say, on the one hand. On the other, a lower dependence of generation to gas, because the growth in renewable energies will turn gas plants into peakers. So lower production and perhaps phase out. So in that respect, this kind of integration may not get stronger in the future. Quite the opposite. It's going to diminish compared to the past. As regards hydrogen, there are various models involved. Production of electricity for users, or transport and production of hydrogen at the users, or centralized electricity and hydrogen production and transport. So, of course, costs will be important drivers. And based on a recent study by CESI, the centralized generation and transportation model and production of hydrogen at the customers, and yes, production at the customers of both electricity and hydrogen, will entail lower costs. So therefore, the system may be likely to follow that direction, well, because of cost reasons. And this justifies what I said, that the integration of the power grid and gas network may not be, let's say, the main integration element. Thank you very much. Yes, electrolyzers are also becoming ancillary to the network and may be considered this way. I agree. The management of hydrogen may not be related to the distribution in large quantities. Well, according to some studies, for energy transport, and for example, from North Africa to southern Italy in large amounts, may play a positive role for a molecule, a gas, but there are still, of course, outstanding issues. What about the opinion by Mr. Hickel?
I'm afraid we have not a very original opinion on this topic. We are pretty much all aligned that the new technology offers great opportunities to have clever and even smarter grids and grids management. For our cases, in priority, we have to decarbonize our assets. And for example, we start by auditing all the consumption everywhere, and even on refinery, for example, where those topics have already been quite a lot studied. We find with a new approach with integration of renewables, hydrogen, and storage, opportunity to save, to electrify our processes and to save carbon and even probably energy consumption with the same services to the plant. So there are a lot of opportunity. We can see that. In France, I have had a look to the investment for the 10 next years on the grid. And obviously, the people from the grid connections, electricity grid in France have not anticipated the services that could be brought by all renewables and smart technologies. So it is started, but it has not been anticipated. And most probably the investments that are planned will not have to be spent in the same way that was planned, because they were planning according to the historical trend with a lot of network investments. And here we might think that we will have more storage and renewables integrated and allowing reducing the network and the cabling and all these infrastructure costs in the future, and to have perhaps more production nearby the usage and usage more connected to the production time or production being displaced through storage to the needs of the customers. So we can see, yes, that there are a lot of solutions existing, and the transformation also more and more, you have the possibility to transform heat to electricity or electricity to heat, or going through the hydrogen molecules could be also of interest. So yes, there are a lot of, so it makes the game a little bit complicated, but a lot of opportunity. I guess that in the academic field, you have more views than us on this. I understand that some labs have already quite advanced tools to modelize all this kind of thing, and have ideas of what could be the solution for the future.
Yeah, because we are modeling running for this type of analysis. We are also doing some type of modeling about this. And yeah, at the end, total, if I have seen the presentation correctly, there is an interest in both the grid, so the electrical grid from one side, but also the fluid, of course, coming from this type of tradition. And the liquefied natural gas is another, even another way to move energy, which is not related to a specific grid. So yeah, the model can be, I mean, more flexible if we use more opportunity of transporting compared to the old view of having only one type of solution separated and usually not so much connected. And okay, so I think we can go to the end and
listening to Mr. Cantamessa. Well, it's hard to say something clever because you're disproved by events in the following 3 years. Well, undoubtedly, the smart grid will play a key role. Relying on available data and having customers rely on them will certainly be life-changing. And then making consumption smarter. That's what we're talking about. We don't know whether we'll do that or instead the third parties connected to 2G counters. So we'd like to do it, but we may not be as good as to be able to do it. So going back to the smart grid, I get the feeling, and I might be wrong, that it's going to impact on production. Upstream, it will, let's say, modulate production and storage decisions. So upstream, you know, so they might say, well, stop production because there's too much wind and I can't transport the energy, and I have an electrolyzer there, I can store the energy. Well, thinking of the high prices at the moment and think of the fluctuations within the same day, well, that creates arbitration data, creating favorable conditions. We have 146 mega for tomorrow, minimum 189, maximum 293. So if you have 100 euros between the two limits, so what can you do with it? And from the final users side, I think the narration according to which production will be distributed because everyone will have PV panels, etc. I think that will be less significant than we think, because of a very simple reason. If users move to electricity, so if I use the heat pump for the heating system, if I use the induction for cooking, well, clearly PV will not have a big impact. So it'll be on base mostly for consumption. So, for example, start charging your car at 2 o'clock in the night and not, I don't know, at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. And as regards technology, there's a big question mark there. We're still considering whether transporting molecules or electrons from maybe the high DC current from North Africa. Well, that shows that we haven't got the faintest idea. So we don't know whether using hydrogen boilers or heat pumps for household heating. Well, heat pumps have a higher yield, but they cannot be installed in every building. All that shows that we're still in a very liquid phase. When you go to the Car Museum of Turin, you can see that at the beginning of the last century, a car had 3 wheels, another one had 4, and they had handles or steering wheels. So we're still at the experimental stage, and then in 20 years' time, we'll say, oh, how silly we were. And first, how could we imagine hydrogen or imagine lithium batteries or hydrogen boilers instead of heat pumps? So of course, we need to invest and be as stringent, as rigorous as possible in our studies, and see what are the most performing solutions also in economic terms, considering that if economic conditions are too impacted by contingencies, it's very hard to say what's best, because if the situation is too turbulent, you have to make emergency decisions. Well, let's see. Yeah, we certainly have a lot to work, and festina lente. Okay, so we should move forward, but not too quickly. Yes, the 20th century was a very fertile time in terms of scientific innovation. So many scientists, so many innovations, and just think of artists too. I think that is, it's a good comparison. So we're going through the transition, and there's a big technological impact, scientific research that really led to breakthroughs in the past century is now dealing with the new frontiers of research, the nature of everything, quantum mechanics combined or harmonized with Einstein's theories, whereas the technology is going very strong. Basic research created the conditions for technologies to truly change this state of things. Yes, talking about the past century is very stimulating. Let's, of course, be hopeful about the subsequent events. We hope we learned something from that time. Very well, I think we can call it a day. It was quite a long day. There are still many people connected, and I'm very happy for that. I think we can close our conference now. I mean, it's been extremely positive for me. I learned so much from every presentation in the morning, in the afternoon, and you'll also learn a lot from the business world because, you know, when your hands-on examples are always very useful. I'd like to thank all the speakers once again. I'd like to thank Fondazione Courmayeur for hosting the event. I think they're doing something very good to promote the cultural debate in the Aosta Valley, including energy aspects. well, we decided to hold this event online with all the pros and cons, of course. The pros are having a colleague from California. Of course, we would have liked to have him in person, but hopefully the forthcoming events will occur in person, and we might have a couple of days with not just with what are all the surrounding conditions, networking and meetings over and above the official sessions, because that leads to agreements, to new events. So we would like to organize a new event in May, hopefully in presence and hopefully with equally authoritative speakers whom I'll contact again, of course, to come to Mont Blanc. Let me thank the speakers once again. Let me thank the Fondazione. Let me thank Professor Lodovico Passerin d'Entrèves for all the organization and the support through the staff of Fondazione. A wonderful support, and we'll meet in just a few months' time. Thank you all, and have a good evening.